Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the 18th Annual Michigan Family Farms Conference. I'm Dean Boss, Sustainable Agriculture Educator for Michigan State University Extension and a member of the conference planning team. On behalf of the conference planning team, we're very excited to welcome you back. We would like to start today by offering a land acknowledgement. We collectively acknowledge that we gather on the lands of the Anishinaabe, the Council of the Three Fires, Ojibwe, Ottawa, and Potawatomi peoples. We recognize, support, and advocate for the sovereignty of Indigenous nations of the Great Lakes, for Indigenous individuals and communities who live here now, and for those who were forcibly removed from their homelands. We further recognize the ongoing relationship of dependence upon and respect for all living beings of earth, sky, and water. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and experiences. We will work to hold ourselves more accountable to the needs of American Indian, Native, and Indigenous peoples. Thank you. I'm pleased to welcome you to the Michigan Family Farms Conference session sponsored by the North Central Region Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education Program, known as SARE. As the Michigan State Coordinator for SARE, I would like to tell you a little about SARE. SARE is a nationwide grants and education program to advance sustainable innovation to American agriculture. North Central Region SARE offers competitive grants and educational opportunities for producers, scientists, educators, institutions, organizations, and others exploring sustainable agriculture in America's Midwest. The North Central Region SARE Farmers Forum, featured here, is a traveling annual event giving farmers, ranchers, researchers, and others the chance to share information about sustainable agricultural practices with a national audience. These presentations focus on research, demonstration, and education projects that promote profitable practices that are good for the environment and community. The projects highlighted in these presentations and the Farmers Forum are funded by grants from North Central Region SARE, a USDA funded program that supports and promotes sustainable farming and ranching by offering competitive grants and educational opportunities. For more information about North Central Region SARE, you can go to their website at www.northcentralsare.org. You can email them at ncrsare@umn.edu, or you can call them at 612-626-3113. In addition to SARE's sponsorship of the conference, other sponsors include Michigan Public Health Institute, Greenstone Farm Credit Services, Michigan State University College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, MSU Center for Regenerative Agriculture, Michigan Farmers Market Association, Michigan Organic Food and Farm Alliance, and Taste the Local Difference. You can learn more about our sponsors in the sponsor and vendor catalog at the bottom of this webpage. The agenda for this session begins with a short video from SARE entitled, "What is Sustainable Agriculture?" Following that, there will be 3 presentations about projects that are funded by SARE. First, Abby Johnson, who along with her husband Nick owns Ox Heights Farm, will present her project Intercropping Chestnuts and Livestock Forage in Northern Michigan. The second presentation will be from Ben Terrell, Crop and Soil Science Master's student at MSU, and his project is Manure Composition and Digital Agriculture. The last presentation will be from Katie Brandt, the Education Program Manager for the MSU Student Organic Farm, and that presentation is a map to your farm's success, finding loans, land, opportunities, and experts. If you'd like to learn more about our presenters, click on bios and information in the program schedule. Following the presentations, there will be an opportunity for you to get your questions answered by the presenters. As you watch the presentations, please enter your questions in the comment box below the video, and we will answer them during this part of the session. We ask you to help out our presenters today by filling out the session evaluation, which can be accessed by clicking the gray session evaluation box to the right of the comment box under this video. This session is also available in Spanish. You can select that option by clicking on the yellow rectangle on the right above the video. So let's go ahead and get started.
How do you make a farm or ranch more sustainable? There's no single answer, but there are common practices used by producers across the country to improve profitability, quality of life, and environmental stewardship. In this episode, let's look at what it means to be sustainable and how this looks across an entire farm or ranch. Farmers and ranchers who prioritize sustainability aim to produce enough food, fuel, and fiber to meet today's needs without compromising our ability to do so tomorrow. While we use different practices that work best on our unique farms and ranches, we all share this same vision. We also view our farm or ranch as a holistic system, and we look for ways to improve our farm's overall health and resilience. So, practices that are considered sustainable should meet 4 criteria. They're productive, they're profitable, they enhance the quality and abundance of our natural resources, and they improve quality of life for our families and communities. We find ways to work with nature when raising crops and livestock by focusing on things like biodiversity, soil health, ecological pest management, and water conservation. We use practices like crop rotation, cover crops, rotational grazing, and locally adapted breeds and resistant varieties. We lower our use of tillage and chemical inputs as much as possible. Sustainable practices are also profitable, usually because they improve our efficiency with resources. We're creating a productive growing environment that uses fewer purchased inputs. We strive to be good marketers, and we seek out value-added strategies to increase profits. We sell our products through multiple channels and engage with communities to meet the demand for local foods and better ensure that all people can access healthy food. We need to consider the people who are growing our food too. Sustainability involves focusing on the health and well-being of ourselves, our families, and our workers. And we look to the future by actively encouraging the next generation of farmers. Farmers who prioritize sustainability are always trying to find new ways to solve problems and build resilient systems. That's why many of us collaborate with our peers and extension professionals to conduct on-farm research. There's much more to learn about sustainable agriculture. Start exploring today.
Hi, I'm Abby Johnson, and I am going to be talking about our project in northern Michigan with intercropping chestnuts and livestock forage. I want to have big thanks to Grazing Farms, who worked with us on the forage sides of things, and also for our support from the USDA and Michigan State University Extension. My husband, Nick, has also been very influential in the project and a resource on all sides. So
Great.
We dug lots of holes.
Take it away, Abby. Looking forward to it.
So to kind of give an overview as far as what I'm going to talk about is in this project, we looked at agroforestry as a means to diversify our production on the farm, as a way to increase our climate resilience, restore some productivity to some of the marginal farmlands in our area, and look at those synergies that might exist between a specialty crop and a traditional production system. Can we find ways to use our traditional cropping to bridge that transition, to ease that financial burden as you go into a specialty crop? Because specialty crops are expensive. Anybody who's looked at planting things like cherries, grapes, hops, those crops are not, as far as their establishment cost, it's expensive, and it's also expensive as far as opportunity costs. When you look at, you're not going to get production off of those acreages in year 1, 2, 3, sometimes 4, 5, 6. So you've got to have a way to continue to generate income off of that land while you're waiting for your trees to grow. So kind of just a basic rundown on what we're going to talk about. First, I'm going to introduce you to our farm and its location. Talk about why we chose chestnuts. What was it about chestnuts that made us want to grow them? Then looking at the establishment, what the establishment process was, and then what we did for intercropping. We did forage, and so what went into that process. And then talking about the future, what we can do or what we are doing on our farm, and kind of where we see the future of our farm going. So we purchased our initial acreage in 2010, and then have continued to add to that over the years slowly as it goes. We are first generation farmers in our area, and we have 5 children. So lots of little hands to help. And also kind of lots of potential for our legacy. So on our acreage, we have about 120 acres that are forested, and we do actively manage those forests for timber production. And then we also have the 50 acres, about 50 acres that are tillable, or that have been tilled over the years, have grown more of those traditional row crops. On our farm, we also have sheep and goats, and we've had teams of oxen. Oxen is kind of a pastime of mine that I really enjoy, and that's where we get our farm name, Ox Heights. So we've dabbled in a few different tree crops over the years, some apples, peaches, hazelnuts, obviously some timber production, and so those all pretty on a small scale, nothing to the level that we have now gone into chestnuts. We also have done some Christmas tree greenery, where we're going and we're harvesting boughs that then are made into Christmas reuse and grave blankets and other holiday decorations. Definitely on the wholesale side of that. We haven't made any of the retail products. So here we are. We're located in the northeast portion of the Lower Peninsula, about 5-6 miles as the crow flies to Lake Huron, and again about that same distance to Rogers City, Michigan. We sit on a region that is referred to as the Mulkey Ridge. So as the name might imply, we sit rather high up, and the area basically overlooks the lake. And as a result, we find that we have a particular microclimate. When we look at the USDA zone maps, as you might have done when you're researching what you can plant in your area, if you zoom into our little area there, you can see that green, those little green dots, and that's 6A, zone 6A, which is comparable to Traverse City. And we think of Traverse City and all the specialty crops they grow in that region, apples and cherries and hops and grapes. And so that was intriguing to us, that potentially we sit in a microclimate where we also could grow specialty crops. And so in the wintertime, we don't really get much below -10, -5, as the zone would indicate. Additionally, we have our soils are really deep and well drained. We don't see standing water. We don't have the clays. And as such, it really does support trees very well. Many farmers in our region have really nice woodlots that they manage for high production timber and grow some really beautiful high quality trees. So again, that was a factor that went into our thinking about what we can grow on our land. Historically, this is some pictures of our farm, and historically, I would classify it as marginal. Our tillable acreage is marginal for traditional row crops. The inputs necessary to grow crops in our region is high for what we get out of it. They don't do well necessarily with we tend to have a shorter growing season. It's later in the spring before we warm up, and then we cool down faster in the fall. So, and it's the profitability side for a traditional row crop is not necessarily there. So this is what we were looking at, and here is some transformations of our field. So this is, we see, this is some soybeans in 2016 that were on our field, and we transformed this into chestnuts. And here we can see in 2021 the difference. Just the growth that we've achieved on this land is pretty significant. The transformation is stark. So what went into us selecting chestnuts? Again, I mentioned that our microclimate, our climate was similar to that of Traverse City. So we started going down the list of those crops that they grow there. And that we talked about cherries and we talked about apples, and we wanted to go the specialty crop route. And we came to chestnuts, and the more we talked about chestnuts, the more we like chestnuts, the more that they seemed like something that we could grow that would be highly profitable. Looking at when we talk to other growers, in the $2,000 to $4,000 per acre per year. Chestnuts are in high demand. Currently, the United States imports thousands of pounds of chestnuts every year to meet that demand. And currently in Michigan, there's already a co-op set up. And so that cooperative really works with growers to market the chestnuts, and they sell out every year. And they really have expressed that they continue to need more chestnuts. Like they have demand that they cannot fill. So that was really appealing to us to think about that market as being open, a lot of potential there. Michigan State University also has a good support system put in place. there's been research and actively currently research done on chestnuts, looking at the pest issues, outlining establishment, really, and people there that are excited about chestnuts and offering a lot of support. Again, we looked at our climate. Our climate seemed suitable for chestnuts. And I was also very appealing to think about planting a crop and it being there for 100, 200 years. Could be there for many generations. What was our challenges? Our challenges, it's the high establishment costs. It's not a cheap crop to plant. You're talking about anywhere from $3,000 to $10,000 to put it in. Once you've paid for your trees and you've put your irrigation systems into place, and it's not inexpensive, as most specialty crops are not. There's definitely a lot of uncertainty about our growth and survival. We are the farthest north and east of any chestnut orchard in Michigan. So are they going to grow? Are they going to survive? If they survive, how well do they grow? If they grow, how are they going to produce crops that are viable? Are they going to consistently produce crops? There's still some unknowns for us. We still don't have answers to some of those questions, but that was one of our challenges when we were thinking about it and talking about it. And then also, how do we maintain our farm revenue during establishment? So it's 10 years before you are at what they would consider full production or more. So you're definitely in that marginal range where you're not really getting much revenue off and you're having to put money in. So how can we balance that with maybe some other more traditional croppings in between our chestnuts? So we met that, kind of looking at those challenges with our SARE proposal and our SARE project, where we're looking at establishing an orchard following MSU's best practices, and then comparing those growth and survival between cultivars, and then also demonstrating what forages can we harvest between those trees, and documenting it and being able to share that information with other people and share our experiences. And hopefully others can learn also what we learned, because we did learn a lot. So what did we do? We chose to plant European, Japanese, hybrid, grafted chestnut trees. The varieties, the cultivars we planted were Colossals, Bush de Banizak, Marigoule, Marsol, Precocious Miguels, and Labor Days. So if you're not familiar with what a grafted tree is, basically you have a seedling rootstock, a rootstock. In this case, with chestnuts, they go from a seedling. So you take a seed or nut and plant that, and you let it grow. And then they put on a cutting of the scion wood from a known cultivar, a known variety, onto that seedling, and then it grows. And what that does is it allows you to have a tree with some known characteristics. So we planted about 432 trees in 2017 and an additional 126 trees in the fall of 2018. Kind of making those decisions, kind of thinking about what kind of trees we're planting. Again, we decided to go with the grafted tree. That grafted tree has been selected. It's a known characteristics. When you plant it, you know what kind of nuts you're going to receive. You know what kind of nuts, like timeline, when they're going to be ready to harvest, when they're going to drop. Genetically identical to each other of the same cultivar. And so we have those kind of reliable characteristics. They also bear earlier. We received trace quantities of nuts in the first couple of years. So there's definitely some nuts out there soon. With a seedling tree, you're going to have a tree that's growing from a nut obviously each of those nuts are going to be genetically different from one another. So you are going to have variation between those trees. You also have unknowns with regards to when that tree is actually going to come into production. It could come into production within 5 or 6 years, start having nuts, or it could have to go through the full maturation process, and it could be 30 years before you have nuts. And again, you don't know what the quality of that nut is. That's why we went with a grafted tree. It kind of take away some of those unknowns. So what did we do during the process of planting? Now, we did not just go out and stick a tree in a hole and walk away. It was a bit of a process. We tried to manage and give these trees the best chance that they could have. We dug our holes by hand. We made sure they were large enough to accommodate that root system. We installed a weed guard. That's that you can kind of see it looks like a black plastic around the tree. And what that does is it helps keep moisture in, help keep weeds out, and makes it so when you're managing weeds with spray that you're not having to use herbicides up close next to the tree. Again, and then we also painted the trees white to prevent sun scald, which is a condition that happens in the springtime when the trees warm up and they start to grow before the conditions are really warm enough to grow, and then it freezes again and causes cracking in the bark. So we painted the trees. We used some tillage radish around the outside of the trees, on the ground to help aerate the soil, provide some green fertilizer. In subsequent years, we did use rye, but yeah, we wanted to keep kind of a cover crop on that area. And then we also put on a rodent guard, that spiral white plastic guard to keep rodents from chewing on the tree and girdling them. And then also some cages around the tree to keep the deer away. So we try to think of all the things that could kill the tree and mitigate those as much as possible. When we received the trees, after we got them in the ground, we went about collecting data on them, measuring their height, measuring their diameter. Now here you can see we planted a lot more Bouche de Benezek and colossal trees than the other varieties. And this has to do with, again, the characteristics of the trees. The Bouche de Benezek and colossal are known for a large quantity of nut production. And so with that, they also don't produce pollen. So they need additional trees to pollinate them. And so that's where our Labor Day and our Marigule and Marsal, Marval, and Precocious Migule come into play, because those are trees that are going to produce a lot of pollen. They also produce nuts, but kind of we refer to those as our pollinator trees and the other ones as our main cultivar trees. So 442 trees in the ground there. And we saw somewhat of a difference in the size of the trees, initial sizes. Some of our trees were rather small, so I guess this was somewhat of a good test for those smaller trees. And then I sometimes get asked, what do you do in the wintertime with chestnuts? And it's really just worry about them. So they don't require much care in the winter. But on our first fall, we had them in the ground 2017. We planted in September. Come November, those trees were not ready for the 10 degrees that hit them. They were still green. They were not dormant yet. So again, this started our worry for the season, for the winter season. Christmas time, we were out there shoveling snow around the trees as insulation. We really wanted to give them the best chance possible, keeping the ground warm as possible. Because when you think about these trees having been planted in September, they're really just in the ground and they're not established. They're really vulnerable to extremes in weather. And so we did our best. Again, more worrying through the winter. And winter just kept going. Here we are, April 16th. Still piles of snow at the house, piles of snow around. And April 21st, we're anxious to see how our trees did over the winter. Still snow on the ground, still going around in the snow. So I guess you could look at that as a silver lining. We had a really good test the first winter. Yep, April 21st, our ground was still frozen. And then spring finally arrived. 2018, we're out there looking at the trees, excited to see those buds expanding and growing. So you kind of have a little breathe a sigh of relief that we made it through the first winter and into our first growing season. So this is somewhat of a summary of survival for those first group of trees we planted in 2017. Coming out of that year into the fall of 2018, we assessed survival, and we had 99% of the trees still there. Oftentimes when you talk to people, they will tell you to anticipate at least 10% dying. So we were feeling pretty good that we had at least these guys came through and they were alive that first year. Then we went into 2019 and 2020, and we started to see a little difference in cultivars. However, I think some of that is more due to some unanticipated pest issues. We learned a lot. We learned about the ambrosia beetle, and that took out some trees that maybe were experiencing a little bit of stress. We learned that even though you can plant chestnuts on marginal soils, there is some limit to that also. They will be more stressed on those marginal soils. And so you need to manage that. You need to make sure they're getting enough water. You need to make sure that they really have very low pest pressure, because all those things provide more stress to the trees, resulting in more likely death. In addition, we did see some graft issues that didn't manifest themselves the first year come to light in the second and the third year, where we're seeing those trees that had some graft issues start to lose their graft. And those are noted, not necessarily that the tree died and the rootstock was still viable and growing, but it lost the graft, and we counted that as a tree death. So then in 2018, we planted another 120 so trees. And I think we learned more about managing pests. I think we learned more about planting and really taking care of those trees even better. And so right now in season 3 of that planting, we have a 98% survival. So some really positive numbers for being able to grow chestnuts where we're at. I mean, this seems like it is viable. It is something that we can do. We definitely hit the survival. The survival is working. And how about growth? So here's our initial planting. I could show you different slides and different graphs about that growth. But I think the picture is a little more illustrative of that. So yes, we have survival. Yes, we have growth. There's another one, 2018. This is fall of 2018. So these are trees that have been through one growing season here on the farm. And here is 2021. Just a tremendous growth again. And this is the fall we started getting some nuts. We went out and picked up some nuts. It was worth our time to pick them up. 2017 again, newly planted tree. And 2020 growing faster than the kids. Everybody enjoys collecting the chestnuts, and it was exciting this year to be able to go out and do that and start answering that third question of, are we going to be able to have nuts, or is our growing season to be accommodating for growing quality chestnuts? So yeah, in 2021, we harvested about 1,000 pounds of nuts. When we look at that for wholesale, about $3 per pound. And then with the retail side of things, we have not, nor do we really anticipate going into the retail side of the market, but on the direct market side, it's about $7 to $9 per pound. So we had 1,000 pounds in 2021. This fall, 2022, we'd anticipate being in the 5,000 pound region for harvest, and then upwards from there. Looking at MSU's data on when you what you can see for future harvest, we could be in the 10,000 pounds in 2023 for, and this is encompassing all our acreage. This is about 10 acres of chestnuts. So the other side of our project and our question was, what can we do for intercropping, growing a forage between our chestnuts? Because this is what helps make it more possible for making that transition into a specialty crop. What can we do in the meantime while the chestnuts are growing? So our first step before we planted the chestnuts even was to establish a forage. We went with a red clover, white clover, orchard grass kind of mix. So our red clover, fantastic for pollinators, definitely, but also going out there and fixing nitrogen, kind of returning some quality to our soils, giving some extra nutrients to the orchard grass, and hopefully reducing our inorganic fertilizer use. When we planned out our planting, we looked at distance between trees. So what is the spacing we wanted to establish? And one of those questions, one of the factors going into that question was, what size equipment do we have? What is it going to take to be able to make a couple passes down each of these rows to harvest forage? And the great thing about taking a hay crop off of this field, not only do we get a revenue stream or food for our animals, I guess we're not having to buy hay. So we're pulling that forage off of the field, but we're also reducing the amount of inputs to mowing. One of the maintenance issues with the chestnut orchard is mowing the grass. You can't harvest nuts when you have tall grasses, so you're going to have to go out there and mow anyway. So this was great, being able to pull off hay crop, being able to feed our animals, and being able to manage the bonus crop. As we're looking this last year, we're working with the EQIP program to bring in intercropping even further, where we're rotationally grazing the orchard in addition to the hay crop. So we put up perimeter fences around our orchard to be able to bring the sheep in and have them harvest some crop also off of this, where they're recycling nutrients and yeah, kind of a different aspect of our farm. So I guess not only you're pulling forage off, but now you're pulling, you're raising a meat crop, and raising those sheep also out there in the orchard. You can see we use temporary fencing to keep them away from the trees, because as the trees are establishing, they're still very vulnerable to damage from their bark from the limbs. We don't want the sheep up next to the trees. And maybe never, maybe when they get bigger, the trees get bigger, they'll be more tolerant of the sheep being close. But again, it helps keeps them away, keeps the manure out from under the trees, where we will be picking up nuts off the ground. Speaking of manure, though, our second SARE project that we worked on was actually talking about using manure with fertilizing the trees. So as a farmer with animals, you have that resource of manure on your farm that also needs to be managed. And it was a great, this project kind of looking at what happens when you take that manure and you use that in place of inorganic fertilizers around your trees. What does it cost? How's the cost difference for putting manure out versus putting inorganics out? How does it affect the organic matter of the soils, macro and micronutrients? How does it help a farmer manage that waste responsibly? So that was the questions we looked at in that project. I'm not going to really go into that much detail, but that our report from that project is available on the SARE website. So in the future, where are we going from here? Our farm, we continue to try to diversify, continue to try to look at different ways that we can incorporate multiple things on the same acreage, kind of spreading out our eggs into different baskets. So this last summer, we did do another chestnut planting. We planted another 5 or 6 acres of chestnuts. And this time we intercropped not only our forage between the trees, but also we put chestnut tree or Christmas trees between each of those chestnut trees. We had the irrigation lines we were putting out for the chestnuts. And so those Christmas trees will be able to take advantage of that same irrigation availability and hopefully grow well and be able to yield a crop in that 10-year time frame while we're working on establishing those chestnuts. The chestnut trees are, it's going to take about 10 years for them to get big enough where they would be shading the Christmas trees out, which would be the time when those Christmas trees are ready to be harvested. Additionally, we just received notification that we will be working on another SARE project with intercropping English walnuts, peaches, and the sheep, and doing grazing, forage intercropping again, and kind of looking at that system, if that is a viable system that would work for people. Again, when you're trying to ease that transition, I want to get into specialty crops. What can I do in the meantime? What are things I can put together that's still making good use of my land, but ultimately is going to get me to my goal of a specialty crop? And while we're still doing this, we're not quite ready for my husband to quit the day job yet. You know, definitely it's exciting to see everything growing and with the potential of having larger revenues over the years. And I feel confident we will get there. We're just not right there yet. So I do maintain a website and a blog with different activities that we have on our farm, and that's at oxheights.com. And I have information on, as we've established chestnuts, kind of the things we've learned. What does it take to grow chestnuts? And just some of the other things that we've done around the farm. And so that's a great place I can kind of put information that if anybody's interested in seeing more of what we've done with those projects. It's broke down a little further. And finally, a big thank you to SARE, Small Farmer Rancher Grants, who funded part of our initial project, the USDA and EQIP. Errol and Lizette was a great resource as we were researching chestnuts and getting things just established and in line here, ducks in a row, answering all our questions. Mario Manito, they're at MSU, who is a fantastic chestnut resource. James DeDecker, who was our MSU extension agent in Rogers City at the time when we were first starting our project. Dennis Fulbright, who was an expert in chestnuts that really offered us a lot of encouragement. And finally, our kids, who put up with our tree enthusiasm. And everybody that's helped on our project there. Thank you again for having us.
Yeah, great job, Abby. If you got further questions, join us tonight. There's an open forum session, and we're looking forward to seeing a few of you there. If you are ever in Northeast Michigan, look us up and stop by the farm. Thanks for tuning in.
Hello all. My name is Ben Terrell. I'm a graduate student at Michigan State University in Department of Plant, Soil, and Microbial Sciences. I'm a member of the Basso Lab for Digital Agronomy. And so I have a presentation to share with you today. I've sort of paraphrased the title, but we're going to talk a little bit about manure composition and digital agriculture. There's a longer SARE project title I'll give you at the end. That's sort of the gist of what we'll talk about. So really happy to be here today. I've actually been to the Family Farms Conference a number of times, and Michigan Food and Farming Systems was a collaborator on this project. So really happy to share the results of some work with you all today. So to get started, I just want to talk a little bit about Dr. Basso's lab and some of the work that they do and how sort of my project fits into that broader scheme. So this is Dr. Bruno Basso. Many of you maybe have heard of Dr. Basso as sort of the drone guy who does a lot of drone work on field crops in the state of Michigan. But I think that's kind of a little bit minimalizes some of the work that he really does. A lot of the work the lab does is around what's called digital agriculture. And so digital agriculture, is a broad term. It just refers to this idea that, we could use sensors and we can use models to better quantify a lot of things that happen in agriculture. And as many of you well know, there's a lot of things happen during a growing season in agriculture. And so they're really at the cutting edge of trying to use technology to help make agriculture more sustainable, to grow the food that we're going to need for a growing global population, but also do that in a way that, we can do things like sequester carbon in soils or mitigate climate change and protect waterways, things like that. So, really important research, and I think that they've done, some really phenomenally cool things. I'll talk about a couple of those. So I guess my big pitch on what digital agriculture is, then I guess is just it's sort of understanding variability. It's a lot more than that, but that's the main idea. A lot of these sensors and these models that they use, and the lab is home to what's called the systems approach for land use sustainability. But it's a crop model. It's housed at Michigan State University, and it's one of those very well developed and very well respected global crop models. But all of these things allow us to look within a season just to understand, how this year is different from last year, how this spot in the field is different from other spots in the field. And based on that, farmers can make production decisions, and those obviously have some important consequences. And so I know, that may not be all that meaningful for many on the meeting today, but our project was focused a little differently, just in looking at the fact that some of that variability exists in inputs, namely in animal waste. So given that, animal waste, obviously, for small farms, but for farms of all sizes, manure is a valuable resource. What I think we sort of lose track of, a lot of folks assume that most of the animal waste comes from larger farms. In reality, only about 10 to 20% comes from large confinement facilities. So a lot of animal waste still comes from small or medium-sized farms, and probably a lot like farms that, are on the meeting today. So, and then obviously there's just a tremendous amount of variability. And so this is true, even at those larger scale operations, there's a tremendous amount of variability. But that's even more true, I think, on smaller operations where, even from one building to the next, or from one part of a building to the next, or one species, you name it, there's just a lot of variability in the content of those wastes. And, that's very important to understand. And in testing, traditional testing, laboratory testing is slow and it's expensive. So again, it's been estimated that only about 20% of farmers as a whole, undertake manure testing. And I would guess that probably, in a group like this, that's probably even lower than that, which is very understandable because a lot of times it is so expensive, it doesn't make a lot of economic sense. So, that's a shame because, there's also been a lot of data that shows that understanding the content can cost money or result in pollution. So the project that we undertook used some spectroscopy. And so I'll just try and do, a 10-second overview of what spectroscopy is. So just forgive me here, but, spectroscopy is just sort of a $10 word for saying that, we're using light to analyze things. And so the idea behind this is that, all light, when it bounces off of things, has a frequency, and that, the differences in the way that light bounces off of different compounds can be read with sensors, and we can use that to understand differences. And so those things can be correlated, and we can understand what is in something based on those readings. And so, this is a great technology. Unfortunately, it can't be used for everything. It's based off a lot of these bonds between carbon, nitrogen, and hydrogen atoms. And so it works really well for these organic compounds. So things like, understanding proteins or nitrogen content, things like that might be associated with that. It works less well on minerals, things like of that nature. So, but it has been used a fair bit on manure in these type of analyses. So, so what we really undertook to do here, a lot of these analyses had been done when this technology was really emerging about 15 or 20 years ago. But obviously a lot of technology has emerged since then. And unfortunately, a lot of this work got abandoned. And so what has become, the change factor here is that this technology has become a lot more accessible in two ways. Obviously, just like all of our other computing resources, become a lot more inexpensive. And then it's also gotten a lot smaller, which I think probably comes as no surprise as well. So, the use of on-site portable methods really could start to make some of these techniques practical. If we still had to take samples and send them to a lab to be used on a $50,000 machine, it still wasn't all that practical to farm use. But if someone could take a handheld device like this and use it on site, there's a lot more application. I think what also is, part of what we were looking at here too were levels of technology too. So the costs have come down dramatically. Both of these devices are, relatively inexpensive in the scheme of things. But the one on the left here, it's estimated these could be made for, $50, something in that ballpark. They're made by a relatively small company called RSI, who was a partner in this project and was a great partner for us. But these devices are coming down a lot in cost, and there's talk about being able to do applications like this with an add-on to your phone or your phone itself in the future. So a lot of exciting possibilities as these things become a lot more accessible. So a brief project overview of what my project composed was that we were going to sample waste from 50 limited resource farms for a variety of components. So we're going to go pull manure samples from 50 farms. MIFS was a great, Michigan Food Farming Systems was a great partner in that, helped us identify farmers. And you'll see the breakdown of kind of what we ended up with here in a minute. But was able to help find cooperators that were all willing to allow us to come on the farm, for me to come on the farm, pull manure samples and do that on site. So appreciate the participation of all those folks, maybe some here today. So we did on-site sampling, all these farms, and pulled traditional grab samples, just in the way that farmers are told to pull manure samples for solid manure. All the farms in the study had to be solid manure, which I don't think was a big hurdle for smaller farms. All small farms are solid manure, so over 20% solids. But they also had to have over 1 cubic meter of manure storage, which is 3 feet by 3 feet. So just that there was a reasonable quantity that we could take a sample from. After we pulled those samples, those were all wall frozen and then subsequently sent to a traditional lab analysis where they were tested for everything under the sun. So all the components that you would traditionally test for, N, P, and K, but additionally all the micronutrients, what we call micronutrients, things like metals, different other minerals, but then also we tested for components of biological quality, which I think was an important part of what we were looking for, just in understanding that there are certainly these macronutrient differences, but there's also differences in the speed at which manure will become biologically available, right? And that has to do a lot with when we can use it in a crop and what the environmental risks are. So we looked at the acid detergent fiber, what's called acid detergent fiber, but just basically the amount of very hard to decompose material within those as well, to see if we could analyze those using these spectroscopic methods as well. So we also wanted to examine different processing methods. So all along through the project, our goal was to look at a practical and applied way that folks like yourselves could potentially use these things someday, with a, actually, economically viable device, one that was, accessible in cost, but also using methods you could use on a farm. So used 3 different levels of processing based on, kind of a wide literature review on what has been done to make, these methods work better, to help, get visual light readings off of these. So we did some with no processing at all to examine that. We also did some simple grinding. So we did 3 1-second intervals with a very simple coffee grinder. And then we did a more advanced processing method that involved grinding and drying. So same coffee grinder grinding method, and then also 2 3-minute microwave dries with a stir between. So microwave drying to examine the effective processing on those readings. But so yeah, and then just to examine, the 2 devices I showed you there, while they were both relatively reasonable and handheld, one was much more low cost. So the RSI device was a simple reflectometer, pulling 9 bands in what's called the visible spectrum. So if we go back to the slide on spectroscopy, there's a lot of these waves of light. We as humans can't see them all. And so everybody's probably heard about ultraviolet. That's on the low end. And then you have, many have probably heard of near infrared. That's kind of on the higher end. There's a lot of waves even above that. And so, the one device pulled 9 just in the visible, and then the other device was a little more advanced. It pulled 140 some odd waves, more in the near infrared and mid infrared ranges. So, a lot of science there, but the idea is you have a very simple device and a little more complicated and pricey one. So, we're also interested in the implications of this for public policy. There's a lot of talk about regulations for manure application. So, how could using some of this new technology to better make decisions was a big part of what we want to look at, and it's a big part of my own research. So, and then, a big part of what we wanted to do too, and I'll just share this part at the front, is that there was a hope to do some more survey work. We started doing that, some of the early pieces, and then some more outreach and use of that survey work later on. Unfortunately, partway through the project, COVID happened, and so it did put the clamps on some of our face-to-face survey work pretty quickly. So, I just anecdotally, I think we did deploy some of the survey work early on, and it was pretty interesting to hear, what the participants were familiar with in terms of the guidelines that were available, for smaller farms as it applies to manure application in the state. I think not surprisingly, there was a lot of farms that didn't know about any guidelines. I think there was a number that had heard about things like the Right to Farm Act and standards that were there. Some folks mentioned MEEP and things like that. So I think there's definitely sort of brought to light that there's definitely room for some education there, what the standards are and what's allowed. A lot of farmers are under the impression that, applying manure, even these solid manures in the winter, was against the law. That's not actually the case. And there are areas where that may not potentially conform to the Right to Farm Act, but in many cases, can be applied, as long as it's done in a responsible way. But what we're looking at here too are also very stable materials too. So that's where policy, I think, could move forward, and where there's some materials that may be very low risk in any case. So with that, farms involved in the project. So you can see we had 50 farms. This is the composition by species. Probably not surprisingly, had a very healthy composition of horse farms, beef farms, and poultry. Poultry typically were almost primarily chicken. Then you have some other species in there as well. So, I think this was, certainly it was a great group of farms to work with. It definitely brings a different challenge, and we'll talk a little bit more about some of the other systems. But you had a lot of diversity in this group of participants. The bedding types, also pretty strong variation in bedding too, which we'll also discuss a little bit. But you can see that we had about half used wood, primarily ground sawdust type. That's related to many of your horses. There's things like that, and then you had straw were kind of the predominant. You did have some in there that didn't have an identifiable bedding source. So. And you see here too, just to kind of round out these systems, we had a pretty wide range of moisture content. by and large, these were relatively dry manures. And, in terms of, again, we talked about, less than 80% moisture being a solid manure. And you can see that all of these are in those categories. And you do have a pretty broad range of moisture content. And you get down to some of these at the end. Well, that sounds like a fair bit of moisture. That's actually a pretty dry material. So very, very wide, diverse group of farms. So, what that did is, it was great. It was instructional in terms of being able to parse these out. We did have a relatively small sample size. Obviously, it's a relatively small project. And so, that was a little bit limiting in terms of some of the statistical analysis and the things we were able to do. But it was pretty interesting to be able to look at, how applicable could these things really be across all different types of farms. I mean, something we found pretty quickly as we went across farms and we tried to get sort of non-mixed manure samples, but we did find a lot of systems where there was mixed species, and so it even becomes difficult in some of those systems to identify the species, and you had a lot of different things going on. And I think that kind of lent itself to making this robust when we look at what we got out of the results. So as we get into those, I think we did find a few really good relationships, and I'll show a few of these graphically. I think one of the most pronounced was certainly, being able to look at the amount of moisture that was in the manure itself. And I think if we take a step back from kind of the sciencey talk, I think this makes a lot of sense, right? I think everybody that raises livestock on here knows that, manure material, when you're cleaning out a barn, the darker material is likely the wetter stuff, right? So whether that is sawdust bedding or whether that's straw, I think that's universally true. And so that was kind of an expected result. And you see a pretty consistent linear relationship here, which is nice, which is a nice finding. And that in and of itself, I think, is a pretty valuable finding, even if nothing else, being able to predict the moisture content allows producers to, in a lot of ways, adjust their nutrient application a lot more accurately, because a lot of times you're making a judgment about, we have this book value, but what is the moisture content of our manure? We've weighed it, but how much are we actually putting on? This would allow folks to do that math in a lot more exact fashion. So probably the other big one, I think, is the organic matter content. And so this was maybe a little less anticipated, but also a really strong relationship here between some of these relationships that we were able to predict. And so here is just solids and organic matter content, but that you're able to identify these relationships using the spectral pieces is a big piece. And I'll talk a little bit more about this one, but I think as we move into a world where understanding organic matter content, which means the amount of carbon and carbon bonded material in the manure, as we start talking about farms that are going to look at doing things with carbon sequestration and ecosystem services, it's going to be really important to be able to quantify how much of that you're putting out there and trying to sequester and things like that. And so being able to quantify that's going to be really important. It's going to be important in soils. It's going to be important in the materials going on to soils. So this was a great relationship and a really important relationship. We'll look a little bit more about how strong that was, but an important finding. And so finally, we had, as I mentioned, talked about the sort of the microbial quality of these things. How fast are they going to degrade in the environment, and how quickly will these nutrients be available, whether it's for crops or to escape into say surface waters, things like that. That one was a little harder to do, and some of that's probably attributable to the diversity in our data set. There could be other work. You can see that we did find some of this, and this is this is one specific bedding type, so it sort of illustrates that maybe if we had larger data sets confined to specific production systems, that we might be able to find a greater amount of trends in this data. But this is just one band. It's in the high infrared range, but you can see a relationship here between the acid detergent fiber and that band pretty clearly. And so those things would be very valuable. It didn't hold across the species or across all the different bedding types. So this was kind of confined to wood on this band, but it sort of illustrates that there might be relationships out there if we had a larger data set. But if those could be established, so that was part of the thinking of the study in general, was that the models that Dr. Basso uses are initiated a lot of times on assumptions, but if you could, use the same type of sensor technologies to look at these materials and then, calibrate those models, you're only going to increase the accuracy and you're going to make better decisions as a farmer. And so this is sort of the same thing here. Ash is just kind of those mineral constituents, but an interesting finding here that you found some of that in the straw, right? And that's probably related to, contents with other things in this case, but, being able to delve into those relationships in a bigger data set, I think could be valuable, but does look, like there's some additional things out there. With that, I'll move on, and I won't spend a lot of time on this because I know this looks really, really bad, but I just want to point out a couple of things here. These are some of the models we created, and we don't have to go into what all these models are, but we created models, and they're different types of statistical models, and we did them for total vegetal nitrogen, solids, and organic carbon. But I'll just draw your attention to the fact that, these are the models for the more advanced device. And so that device had 140 some bands, and you're looking at a lot of data, but using sort of machine learning type techniques, statistical techniques, it's able to parse those down and see how much of this, differentiation in the amount of nitrogen, solids, and carbon it could identify. And really what I've circled there is just, that it can perform pretty well. It pulled out around 10 of those bands for each of those and could explain, anywhere from 70 and 90% of the variability in those. So it does show some strong potential there. But what I think is maybe more interesting, and probably more interesting to this group, is this was the simple device from our side. It's a simple reflectometer. Again, relatively low cost device. So a lot of these type devices out there, there's nothing specific about this one, but I'll draw your attention again to the same set of values. So adjusted R squared, again, it's just a percent of the variability in that thing that is explained. So, while you had only 24% of the variation in nitrogen was explained, you had, 53% and 40% of the differences in the nitrogen or the solids and the carbon explained. But what's also really interesting there is you see the bands utilized are only 3, 1, and 1 respectively, right? So we can get a lot of the information using a relatively simple device and using one visible light sensor. And so that goes back to that intuition, right, that we have about, kind of how much of content is in manure based on just the colors that we can see. And so that was a pretty interesting finding, and those were all highly significant, as you can see there. So you sat through my sciencey bit. What's the point? And I promise there is one. So we did some simulation here, or we did some examples here. So we pulled out a farm in each of the species identified here, and we said, so what would happen, if we used a book value? Well, if we used our fancy statistical models here for visual and near infrared, and then, or if we use that laboratory test, right? And so the laboratory test, right, should be the closest to reality. I mean, that's an actual sample that we sent in and had analyzed in a lab, but obviously that takes a lot of time and effort, and it's expensive, frankly. I mean, it's, $40 or $50 to have that sample taken, and then, not to mention shipping costs to get it there. So the lab, we're considering to be correct, but obviously pricey. So you could see that, in these examples, that, obviously the NIR, the more complex model with the more expensive device, gets us pretty close to that lab example. And that's not surprising, so because we said that it's going to get us 90% of the way there anyway. But the visual device, the simple device, gets us a lot of the way there, a lot closer than the book values, which were pretty far off. And there's a lot of reasons that could be the case. I mean, the book values are very general. And frankly, going back to our discussion about how variable the manure is on any specific farm, there's just a ton of variability. So, a different criteria is used to, sample these places, looking in different locations or things like that. Maybe pull samples that are a little more related to those Midwest. Those are values from Midwest Plan Service. But again, it just shows you how much room there is to improve. So, book values, especially for solid manure, especially the published ones that are out there, are very general. And a lot of the samples in our study, which were primarily taken in winter months too. So maybe that has something to do with it too. But, they were a lot more nutrient dense. And so we could gain a lot of extra information there, and you can see that what the effect that would have on application rates. And so that's what these are, is application rates. So folks could be over applying solid manure if they're applying at the maximum rate based on things like phosphorus or nitrogen if they weren't adjusting. And so in conclusion, kind of to wrap up on what we found in our project, I think that this is something that maybe many have known for a long time, but book values, the published book values that are out there may not mean a whole lot in any specific situation, right? All of our farming systems, all of your farming systems on the call today are very different. And so, how good any kind of averaged out book value might be is very debatable. And so that might be especially true on small farms where the systems can just vary so dramatically. But digital agricultural techniques could help farmers understand manure content quickly and inexpensively. And I think those are the big advantages, right? We all only have so much time, and obviously money is always an issue. So if there's a way that, we could quickly and easily identify, sort of what's in these manures, then it could be helpful. But probably more work is needed. Our study was small, kind of initial study, especially in terms of many of these studies have been done on liquid manure. I think with the application that, these could be like sort of in line on liquid manure application systems, but more work is needed, especially in solid manure. And you really would, a lot of these type of tools would have to be calibrated across specific types of systems. So say, for example, all horse farms with sawdust bedding and feeding, even feeding similar type feeds would improve the quality of the model. But I think it is illustrative that there's a lot out there that could be used in potentially in the future, creating more modernized policy standards that could account for diversity in farming systems. So, as we noticed there's huge difference in the amount of, organic carbon that's in these manures. And so just a lot of these very high, high fiber, very slow to break down manures are not going to be, as environmentally potentially harmful and are not going to release nutrients for crops nearly as quickly. And so I think creating some logical policy that, sort of recognizes that diversity in systems is going to be important. So it just shows that that's possible, and that, as we sort of start to integrate these tools into the framework, that we might be able to get there. So, and I think that final point about carbon, I think is going to be important. I think, don't know fully how all of that is going to materialize in the future, but I think probably many of you were thinking about climate change and potentially even ecosystem service markets. A lot of questions there, many more questions than answers, but folks are starting to look at that as an additional revenue source to, take advantage of some of the good things they're doing for the environment and the positive impact they're having in the climate realm. And so a tool like this, where you can quantify the amount of carbon that's being put out onto a landscape, I think has some real application in the future. So, something to keep in the back of your mind. So with that, I'd be happy at any point if anyone would like to contact me about the study or questions about anything I've said here. I feel more than free to contact me. My email and phone number is here. You can see the SARE project number, so you can go on and read it. It's GNC 19-290, and has, this is why I paraphrase the name, has the name of Integrating Manure Composition from Portable Spectroscopy with Simulation Modeling to Evaluate Long-Term Dynamics of Manure Mineralization and Sustainability of Cropping Systems. So kind of a mouthful, but the full project's there. If you contact me, I'd be happy to send it to you as well. So I really appreciate the opportunity to participate and take part again in the conference, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of your proceedings.
Hello, I'm Katie Brandt with the MSU Student Organic Farm and Organic Farmer Training Program. Today we're going to be looking at the map of Michigan beginning farmer resources, and we'll have a tour of the map, but we're also going to have a tour of all of the great resources that are out there for finding land and money and markets for your farm or your future farm. So I work at the MSU Student Organic Farm. It is a 15-acre farm. We do about ½ acres of hoop house growing. We have about 4 acres in outdoor tractor scale vegetable production and 2/3 of an acre of a permaculture edible forest garden. So it's a great place for learning. That's where I have the great honor of teaching the Organic Farmer Training Program. So that's half out on the farm and half in the classroom. It's all interactive learning and a great place to learn alongside other aspiring and beginning farmers, farm workers, educational gardeners, homesteaders. It's really a great mix of folks. You write a business plan, you visit 20 or 25 different sustainable farms around the state, and you have the opportunity for all of the hands-on learning as well. In addition to that, I teach an undergraduate class, which covers some of the same topics. Not as much focus on farm business planning, but it's an organic farming introduction class. I lead the Michigan Sustainable Farm Mentors Program. I highly encourage people to get involved. We have 1 more year of funding, and we are recruiting folks right now. So you get paid as an aspiring or beginning farmer for your time that you're spending connecting with an experienced farmer and connecting with a peer, someone who is also an aspiring or beginning farmer and has similar interests to you. The experienced farmers we work with are amazing. They have experience growing vegetables both at the tractor scale and at urban farms that are really intensive. We have cut flower growers and livestock farmers doing rotational grazing. Really a good mix of folks. So what we're looking for here. So there's a thank you to our funders, North Central SARE, that did the development of this map. You can go to the map directly. There's a survey. There's a 6-minute long video about how to use the map and info on how to connect and share this resource. So we're going to go ahead and follow the link. It takes a minute, and in our surveys and meeting with both educators and with beginning and aspiring farmers, this is one of the challenges with the map. We have placed the statewide programs in Lake Michigan. There's not actually any programs out there, but it makes it easy to find and kind of a directory of those programs. If you zoom in, you can kind of see what those statewide programs are. EnviroWeather is a great example, so that farmers can know just exactly how much rain and what the temperatures are in their region. They have quite a few locations around the state. And how I like to use this map is I hit this present button, and then you can go through the programs alphabetically. This first page, the Michigan Beginning Farmers Programs page, outlines what are the different icons. So as you can see, the green barn is for farms and hands-on learning. Purple tree is for land access opportunities. Red dollar symbols, those are for money, loans, and grants and financial education. Then we've got the yellow check marks are marketing opportunities. Blue quotes for conferences. Gray star is for advocacy organizations. And I'll say this for these, but it's true for quite a few of these organizations. they might be doing multiple things, so I had to choose what seemed to be the main focus of their work. And then the tan clouds are mostly online opportunities. So what you can do in the tour is you can just move through alphabetically is how these are arranged. So here's a marketing opportunity, another marketing opportunity, the Agricole Farm Stop. Now this is, I would say, mainly a marketing opportunity. Allen Neighborhood Center manages a farmer's market. They have an incubator kitchen. They do a multi-farm CSA, but it's also a hands-on learning opportunity. They have this Hunter Park Garden House where they do workshops. They have classes. They have an edible park. It's not shown really well in this map. This isn't really updated, but they're putting in orchard plants for the community to enjoy. The other way that you can move through the map is just by using the table of contents and finding the resources that you're looking for that way. So perhaps you're interested in a career tech center. So this is taking us to the Career Tech Center that's up in the Traverse City area. But as you can see on the listing, there's quite a few others listed. We've got Ottawa ISD as well. And there's others around the state. So certainly you can check out the state map to see what's in your region. Going back to the table of contents, let's take a look. Let's see. Let's look at the Dairy Grazing Apprenticeship program. This is a really neat program. So each of these listings has a video. Let's see how these work. It kind of does a pop-up.
To me, really, it's just the thrill of sharing something that we're passionate about and something that we've made a lifestyle from.
You know, it takes a certain type of person to really want to do what we do here.
I think it's great to have experience before you own your own farm.
Dairy farming is an important part of rural economies. Dairy Grazing Apprenticeship is the first formal apprenticeship for farming in the nation.
So I won't show the whole video, but that shows you kind of how it works, and then you can close out the pop-up and take a closer look at the listing itself. Now this does not look like a dairy farm, as you can see. This is a program that is managed by MIFS, Michigan Food and Farming Systems, and they're in Okemos, but there's 11 farms throughout the state that host this Dairy Grazing Apprenticeship program. And there's a couple of different levels. As you can see, there's both an apprenticeship and an internship, and they have different requirements and different pay rates and different information that you'll learn. There's it looks like a really excellent class that's offered online as part of it. So that's kind of how you can scroll through the table of contents, and there's a little over 90 resources listed. Sometimes you can find things you're looking for. If you don't find them at first, if you go through the Michigan and MSU section, they may be listed there if they're part of MSU. Or if they have Michigan in their name and you didn't think. So for example, Farm Bureau is not under F, it's under F, it's under M for Michigan. So the other way to use this map, let's take a look. Let's go to the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund. So they have been in the past 2 years able to meet their funding goal, their fundraising goals to help farmers in the city of Detroit, help Black farmers in the city of Detroit own the land that they're farming on so that they're not at risk of losing that farm site. It is a collaboration between multiple farm organizations, so I put it at D-Town Farm, but Keep Growing Detroit and Oakland Avenue Farm are also important partners and equal in leadership with Detroit Black Community Food Security Network. And so annually they are taking applications from Black farmers in the city of Detroit to help them buy the land they're already farming on. So one of the ways we can use this, I'm just going to scroll out so that we can see Detroit. You can see up here, Detroit Partnership for Food Learning and Innovation. That is a new MSU Extension site doing education work on the northwest side of Detroit here. We've got Drew Farm and Detroit School Garden Collaborative, an awesome program. But let's zoom in here and we'll see. Now this is just showing aspiring and beginning farmer resources. There are so many farms in the city of Detroit where I'm actually working with an undergraduate class on creating a map of job opportunities at sustainable farms around the state, and that would include quite a few more farms than we see here, but it would not include things like the Detroit Community Wealth Fund, Detroit Land Bank Authority, Michigan Women Forward, Eastern Market. It would include Earthworks Farm, Keep Growing Detroit, and other farms that are located in the city. So that's another way to use this map. And I've zoomed in on Detroit here, but you can do this in any region. Ann Arbor, you can take a look at the resources. There's a ton in Lansing. There's some things up in the Upper Peninsula that are really interesting. And you can just click on these links and it will zoom in. So let's take a look at the MSU Upper Peninsula Research and Education Center, often called the North Farm, the MSU North Farm, their Farm Business Incubator program. So here's the listing. Participants have access to land, farm equipment, farm infrastructure, housing, training, mentorship, and on-farm assistance with business planning. So the fees are all listed here. A link to the program and a video as well. And you can see the farm in the map. They've got a great setup up there. They have housing on site at very low cost, and it's just a really, really great opportunity up in the north. So a second resource that I put together was a chart of these programs. So I'll scroll to the top here. So this was the map of Michigan Beginning Farmer Resources chart of Michigan Beginning Farmer Resources. And what I did was I used the same color scheme as we have in the icons on the map, and the same categories. I added one or two categories. I added this business and financial training category. I added a workshops category. And so if we want to take a look at just land, you can just scroll through and see, oh, okay, Ann Arbor Township Farm, that's an incubator farm. Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund, we discussed that. That's a BIPOC land access opportunity. Detroit Land Bank Authority is a land bank. Genesee County Land Bank, Grand Traverse Regional Land Conservancy. So the land banks make urban vacant lots and lots adjacent to people's homes and larger sites in the city available when they're not occupied. And there's some great programs for that around the state. I'd say the one in Ingham County is just fantastic. They have a tool sharing library and they have a shared greenhouse. They have, they'll come in with their tractor and till and put in plastic mulch. And even, I knew someone who had kind of a larger plot. She had like a 3/4 of an acre site on the east side of the city of Lansing. And it was, I don't remember exactly, but it was less than $100 per year to access that site. So very low cost. And some of those are assisted by the Greater Lansing Food Bank Garden Project, is another program that's great for those city farmers in Lansing. Grow Benzie is an incubator farm. I mentioned Ingham County Land Bank. Whoops. Leelanau Conservancy. So MIFS has the Women in Agriculture Farm near Flint. My Farm Link is a website with resources for land access. Tollgate Farm has an incubator site. They're also, they have an internship and apprenticeship program. We visited in the map the MSU UPrec farm, and Urbandale Farm is a land access opportunity in Lansing. Washtenaw County Black Farmer Fund, real similar to that fund we talked about for Detroit. And there's the WIA Farm, organized by MIFS. So this is the chart, and I'm not going to go through everything, but I thought it would be useful to just look at land. So for credit, loans, and grants, what we'll do is we'll move into a listing I had in PowerPoint. We'll just go back to that. Here's the full chart. We'll take a look at a map that is by layer that I'm working on with a student, so that beginning and aspiring farmers, or you yourself, can sort and just look at land access or just look at loan opportunities. Just look at hands-on learning opportunities on farms. You can just look at marketing opportunities, just conferences, just advocacy organizations, just online resources. These are MSU Extension, either the county offices, it could be a research farm, and other MSU Extension sites. So to see this kind of in list format, loans, grants, and financials are really important key to getting your farm started. And the way I have the loans organized is by the top few are arranged by interest rate. So the Farm Service Agency loans are the best interest rate, but they're not available to everyone. So if you're just looking to buy equipment or seeds and supplies, those could be purchased, or those loans could be accessed if you have 1 year of farm experience, and that year could be owning your own farm and having a Schedule F. But it could be taking a program like the Organic Farmers Training Program that I teach. It could be experience of leadership as a veteran. It could be working with a mentor as you start your farm. If you want to buy land with a Farm Service Agency loan, that requires 3 years of experience, and only one of those years can be an alternative to something like being a farm worker who has management level responsibility related to production, marketing, and financials, or owning your own. And it can even be a quite small farm business, and filing a Schedule F, the farm tax form, when you do your taxes. The second best, I believe, in terms of interest rates is Greenstone. So Greenstone does loans, kind of like the Farm Service Agency. They'll do land purchase loans, but they'll also do loans or even a revolving line of credit for established farmers. The Good Food Fund is an excellent option. The people at the Good Food Fund are very knowledgeable and will help get your financial plan in order to help you ensure success on your business, as well as offering loans. Small Business Agency, of course, Detroit Community Wealth Fund, Food and Farm microloans are kind of a neat opportunity if you're in the northwest part of the state. I think it's a 5-county region funded by a couple of food co-ops up there. So Kiva Zip loans are online. It's a crowd-funded opportunity, but all the farmers I've known who have sought Kiva loans have been able to get them very quickly. They were funded in less than a week in some cases, folks I know. Northern Initiative, Steward, Fair Food Fund, and MDARD grants and loans are other opportunities. So there's good financial education around the state. I just have a couple of them listed. Grand Rapids Opportunities for Women in Grand Rapids is great. I took classes there before I got my farm started. The SBDC has locations around the state, so that's the Small Business Development Center. And then grants, there's tons and tons of grants out there, but I put the few that I think are most important. So American Farmland Trust has a new program. I think it's just a few months old, the Brighter Future Fund, that has $5,000 grants for beginning farmers. There are REAP solar energy grants to assist farmers in having solar power on site. Natural Resource Conservation Service has a program called EQIP, and they have other cost share programs as well. A lot of small scale farmers are using EQIP to buy things like a hoop house, maybe put in fencing for rotational grazing, and you put up all of the funds and build the infrastructure. They come out and work with you and make sure that it's meets all the standards, and then you get a cost share. So they essentially refund you a portion of the cost of that. And I think most farmers are in the 70 to 80 or 85% range on that cost share. So you only end up paying, for 15 to 30% in the end. SARE grants are another good one, and I talked about those at the start of the video. So land access, this is the biggest barrier for a lot of beginning farmers. My Farm Link is a great one to check out, and that has resources from all over the state. It was developed in Ottawa County, but they have good links to farms that are available right now, and other programs. So Incubator Farms, I talked about the one at UPREC a little bit, but the idea of a farm incubator is that a beginning farmer can access land, essentially lease land on a site that is developed with resources in mind to help a farmer get started. And so and then they would be able to build up experience so that they could qualify for those Farm Service Agency loans. They can build up their markets so that the financial wheels are turning in their business once they do have to make loan payments. And there's Incubator Farms, as you can see, in the Ann Arbor area. So many successful farms have come out of what was once known as Tillian Farm and is now the Ann Arbor Township Farm. So Green Things and Sealy, so many great farms came out of there. Grow Benzie is up in the northwest part of the state. Land's really expensive up there and in high demand. So this is a good opportunity. It has, like I believe, all of these have both some protected growing space, some hoop house space, as well as field space. And Grow Benzies kind of has a larger, older gutter connect greenhouse. In addition to some field space. Women in Ag Farm is over by Flint. Tollgate Farm is in Novi, so southeast Michigan. Land banks and land conservancies I talked about a bit, and the BIPOC land funds. So farms and hands-on learning opportunities, so many listed. I'm not going to read them all. But it's good to know that there's so many programs out there. Thank you so much for joining me for this map of Michigan Beginning Farmer Resources tour. We got to see a lot of great programs. There are so many more programs than I can talk about in a short video. But certainly feel welcome to reach out to me at brantk7@msu.edu. You can also just, Google MSU Student Organic Farm, map of Michigan Beginning Farmer Resources, and it should come up.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the question and answer period for the SARE Farmers Forum sessions this morning. I'm Dean Boss, Sustainable Ag Educator for Michigan State University Extension, and I'm also the SARE Coordinator for the state of Michigan. And I have with me here today Ben Terrell, Abby Johnson, and Katie Brandt. They were your presenters for the session earlier. And just to kick things off a little bit, I'll just ask each of you just to kind of just introduce yourself again to the group so they know who you are, and maybe just a little bit about yourself. Ben, if you'd like to start.
Sure, absolutely. My name is Ben Terrell. I am a graduate student in the Department of Plant and Soil Sciences at Michigan State University. I work in the BASO lab for digital agronomy, and I also work for the Michigan Farm Bureau. So I work on environmental legislative issues for the organization, and I come from a family farm. I'm a 7th generation family farmer just outside of Charlotte, Michigan. So still do a little bit of farming in my spare time, such as it is still today. So thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Abby?
Hi, I'm Abby Johnson, and I currently have a farm in Northeast Michigan where we are working towards having I have about 10 acres of chestnuts now in, and additionally, we try to do diverse farming practices. We have some sheep, a little bit of everything going on. But my background is I graduated from Michigan State University in the Department of Biosystems Engineering. That was about 13, 14 years ago now. Well, I've never worked in that field. I feel like I can apply my studies here on the farm, but that's about what we're at.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Katie?
Hello, I'm Katie Brandt. I work at the MSU Student Organic Farm, and I teach the MSU Organic Farmer Training Program. The video I shared was about the map of beginning farmer resources that that SARE helped to fund me putting together. And I will put the link in the chat when I get a second. I also am able to work with students. I was a little late to join this group. I was just finishing up teaching an undergraduate class. And my background, I owned a farm for 12 years in West Michigan producing organic vegetables. Thanks for having me here.
Okay, thank you, Katie. I want to encourage everybody, if you have questions for any of the panelists or for myself, go ahead and put them in the comment box below the video, and those will get fed to us. And so we got one question to start out with for Abby. What are you most excited about on the farm this year?
Probably one of the most exciting things for me this year is going in last year we started doing rotational grazing in between our chestnut trees, and that I had about 12 ewes and their lambs that we worked through, and that was the first year we had done that. And just seeing how successful that was that year, I'm excited here this next season to kind of expand that and have our be raising pastured lambs between our chestnut trees. And we'll be lambing here. No, probably next week we'll start having lambs come hit the ground, and that's exciting for me to see kind of some of our different intercropping and our systems start working together, doing less mowing with the truck and the tractor, and more converting that material into another product. So
how do you market your sheep? Are you growing sheep for meat, or are you growing wool, or both? Or
yes, I have hair sheep, so that's primarily for meat, or that's pretty much their sole purpose is for meat. And I plan on doing some direct sales this year. Last year we just went through normal market sales for our lambs that were finished.
Okay, thank you. Ben, I got a question for you. So how do you think the technology you've been working on, how close do you think we are being able to go buy one and use it? I mean, is it close in our future, or just kind of what's your gut feel for it, how quickly it's evolving?
Yeah, I mean, you can absolutely go and buy one today. The technologies are there. I think it's just sort of working on all the different applications. So, these guys are really, the sky is the limit in terms of all the different things we can do with it. They're doing some applications now on nutrient quality for things like produce. There's applications that are here today. So Abby mentioned sheep. There's a lot of use of these devices in hay. And I think these are very intuitive things, are the ones that come out first. But you can tell a good hay by its color, and that shows up pretty empirically when folks create those relationships. So yeah, a lot of those devices are used for analysis of hay and forages. And so, things like the analysis of organic materials, like we looked at in the study, are a little more, a little farther off and a little more research based at this point. But I think there's a lot of applications that are going to emerge, especially as the cost of the technologies comes down. I think that's been the main inhibitor for a lot of the use of these on farms. It's just the kind of the really high price for some of the equipment in past years.
Okay, thank you. So the next question is for all three of you. So I'm going to let you all kind of answer. I'll pick on you one at a time, but all of you have received SARE grants. I know that. Ben's was a graduate student grant. Abby is on her third Farmer Rancher grant, if you didn't know that. And Katie has a Farmer Rancher grant too, right, Katie?
Mine is actually a partnership grant.
Yours is a partnership grant.
Yes. Okay,
so I'm going to start with you, Katie, because you haven't had a chance to talk yet. And people are wondering if you've got tips for people who are interested in applying for SARE grants.
Yeah, and I think the first tip that I would add is just that SARE grants are the best entry point into accessing grant funding. I feel like SARE really wants to make this accessible to farmers and food system activists and people who don't necessarily know what I call grantees, the language of grant writing. It needs to be a clearly written grant. You need to have goals that you can attain, but it doesn't necessarily have to come from a professional grant writer. I think one of the nice things with the partnership grant is that it's a partnership between growers, farmers, producers, and a specialist. That could be an educator such as myself. It could be someone who's managing a cooperative, for example, to come together for a shared goal. And so that's one good alternative. I'm also pretty familiar with the youth grants, the youth educator grants, and that one, the amount of writing is pretty minimal, and it's a $6,000 grant, so it really can make a difference for small educational gardens and outreach to youth. And yeah, all of the grants that I've seen through SARE look fantastic.
Okay, Abby, you got any tips for the producers in the group on how to apply for, or just about the process and how you apply and all that?
Yeah, I think SARE has, so it is really friendly for people who aren't super versed in grant writing. And additionally, the first year we applied, we didn't get our funding, but we learned a lot about the process, and we learned where we could improve our proposal. And I think even though we didn't get funded, it was constructive for us to even just to think about what goes into that process and what we needed to include and what would make our project better. And even just talking to people as we put that project together. I know we talked to Dean and we talked to other people, other educators, and that just talking with people gave us so much information and knowledge. So just going through the process is very healthy. Additionally, Sarah's, it can be a little intimidating to think about sitting down and writing a grant. However, even from a cost time perspective, when people can consider how much financial assistance they can receive for the amount of time it does take to put together, it's a big win or a positive for a farmer when they're looking at projects they have that, these questions we want to ask. Well, one of my projects was, do we apply manure? Do we do inorganic fertilizers? Well, what's the balance in that? Well, no one's really explored time-wise what it's going to take to do that. And so it helps answer questions for us. It helps give us the freedom to pursue those questions because of the financial support, and then being able to share that information with others. So that's my experience. And again, I just encourage people to go through the process if they do have ideas for projects.
Thanks, Abby. And, I think she pointed out one really good tip there is, once you've gone through the process, if you don't get it, don't quit. Change what they ask you to change, or the comments that they give you, and submit it again. You've done the bulk of the work the first time, so tweak it. A lot of times you'll get it on. I know people who have applied 2 or 3 times before they've gotten it, but once they've got it, then they're in the system. Ben, you got any tips from your grant writing experience?
Yeah, I think from my perspective, I just echo the sentiment that it's a pretty straightforward and relatively friendly grant to write. So having participated in submitting a few grants, I think this one's really, really friendly in comparison to a lot of grants out there. So if there's grad students there, it's really accessible, and I think that's one of the great pieces about it. It can be a smaller project, which is really nice too. A couple other pieces I've just point out. I think the focus on partnerships for us was really, really nice and really important. We partnered with MIFS on this project, so that was a great partner, and they were a huge help to us. And I think the focus on that allowed us to potentially receive the grant. So I think that was great. And then finally, I would just add the flexibility. Obviously our project took place during the pandemic, and everything that could go wrong kind of did. But they were great to work with. The grant system is really easy to work with, and the folks were very accommodating, understanding throughout what was really kind of a crazy time. So it was really a good process for us.
Okay, thank you. Have another question about what are the differences in the different grants available? And I guess since I'm the coordinator, I probably need to answer that one. Sarah has a number of different grant programs, and they're really targeted kind of to different purposes and different groups. Their big grant program is the Research and Education grant program, and they also have a professional development program, and those are targeted towards bigger organizations, universities, nonprofits, and folks like that. And they tend to be multi-year and in the higher dollar level amounts, like up to $250,000 for the R&D program. But they also have the grant programs that are directed just to producers, and only producers can apply for those. And that grant program typically receives about 120 applications a year, and they fund right around 40 or 50. So it's a pretty good hit rate as far as grant programs go. So I encourage people to participate in those, and definitely contact your state coordinator to help you with the process and give you some tips. There's a youth educator grant, which is specifically for youth education, 4-H, folks who are doing youth programs. That's a good grant program. And then, as Katie referred to, the partnership grant, which is between an educator and farmers. But if you want to learn more about grant programs and writing tips and all those types of things, there's a session this afternoon starting at, I forget what time it starts, but it's the session this early evening. And I will be talking about grant writing, grant tips, and more about SARE grants. And I will be available after that. That program starts at 6 p.m. and there'll be a question and answer session after that. So if you've got more questions about about grant programs, we can address them then. So I'm going to jump into a few more questions for our presenters. Abby, one of the things I was really struck by about what you're doing is your long-term view. I mean, you're talking 10, 20, 30 years out. How do you maintain that? How do you how can you think on those kind of time frames and stay enthusiastic and stay in the moment on it?
Yeah, it is long term. Perhaps, we do have a bit of a love for trees, and I think anybody who loves trees thinks about their lifespan and so you're not thinking about your generation, you're thinking about the next generation. And yeah, I guess it takes a little bit of practice to think about things with a little more vision. And it can be somewhat challenging also, because you want to have those returns right now.
Yep.
And I feel privileged that we don't have to get an income off the farm today. My husband has a job off the farm that, the farm isn't supporting our family. I would like to say that in 10 years, perhaps it will be,
Yeah.
providing an income and supporting our family. And so I feel that's somewhat of a privilege that we have in being able to take that long view and saying, well, we're going to plant this today. It will be 10 years before we get a crop, and it's not just we put it in the ground and walk away. It does involve care. Every we visit the trees often, let's put it that way. We do our rounds, every week, looking at them and taking care of them. And so it's a little different than an annual crop where you're putting in the ground and you're taking it out in a short amount of time. But I guess I'm not sure I have any tips for people to develop kind of a longer view, but I encourage people that you can think both ways also, that you can try to get stuff in the ground that's going to be there in 10, 15 years, and hopefully look for ways that you can get a crop also in the current year. So, because ultimately those 10, 15-year crops are going to be highly profitable in the future. And ultimately, when I think about planting those crops, if my children chose to farm or wanted to stay on the farm and in this area of the state, they would need something that was going to be more profitable than the row crop agriculture that's currently being practiced here.
Yeah. And I think you pointed out in your presentation just how dramatically you're altering the landscape. That really stuck with me, that comparison between the annual row crop and then the permanence of the orchard and like that. I thought it was pretty cool. So
I'm sure some of those old timers are rolling in their graves thinking about clearing the land and burning all the stumps, and here I am planting trees again. But
yeah,
perhaps they'll forgive me.
Okay. Well, Ben, the thing that struck me on yours is one of the big concerns with manure is phosphorus. Did you get any kind of relationship with phosphorus, or did you test that, or where'd you end up on phosphorus?
Yeah, we sure did. We tested for it. We didn't really expect a relationship. So, unfortunately, that technology just looks at certain chemical bonds, and phosphorus isn't one of them. So, what I would say, there's probably ways in the future that people might look at that. So phosphorus reacts a little more to ultraviolet light. So not to get too technical, but kind of in the presentation, we talk about the spectrum of light. And so you have, to the one end, you sort of have ultraviolet, and there's a little more possibility there. But, I think the idea of, regardless of, the total mass of phosphorus that's in there, I think, understanding how available it is, I think, is an important piece too. So, not all phosphorus is the same. If it's not going to degrade quickly in the environment, it's a little more friendly. So I think that's where, this type of technology can help farmers understand when those nutrients are actually going to be available in the environment or to their crops or trees, whatever it is, and not just assume that it's it's all bound up or it's all going to be available at one time. So yeah, still a lot of work to do on that though, and phosphorus would be something great to continue to work on.
Well, I would guess also that if you could do a better job of quantifying the solids in your manure, then you can better use the book values for how much phosphorus and nitrogen might be there as well. So that's probably really beneficial.
You're absolutely right. I mean, that actually works really well for things like liquid manure. Unfortunately, a lot of small farms don't have that type of system. It can be just varied depending on bedding systems and all these different things. But yeah, in more uniform materials, it works really well that way.
Okay. Katie, I'm guessing there may be some people out there who looked at your map and said, I'm not on Katie's map and I want to be.
Oh, yeah.
What should they do? How do they go about getting on your map?
Yeah, I will drop my email address into the chat box. You can also just contact me. On the map is my contact info, or you can search for the website describing the map, and my contact info is there. We have a survey also, so people can share any sort of feedback, whether they want to be listed, edit a current listing, or add an organization that they're part of or that they're aware of as being important in their community for working with beginning and aspiring farmers. So great question. Thanks, Dean.
So you encourage them to also give you ideas of other organizations. It maybe not be for them, but they know of an organization that ought to be on there. They ought to let you know that as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
And there's my email address just popped up in the chat.
Okay. Any pitch for the student organic farm you want to give folks as far as like where you're at in the process, when you'll be signing up a new group, any of that kind of stuff?
Yeah, for those in the East Lansing area, if you're interested in getting fresh local produce year round, you can join the CSA, the Community Supported Agriculture Program, as a member. And we do, even though I still say year round, we do take a little 6-week break that's coming up soon. And then we'll start we're accepting payments right now, but we'll start distributing that produce again in May.
Okay. So Ben, you must be graduating with your master's, I'm assuming. So is someone picking up the project and to take it forward? Are there any plans to take your work forward and refine it further, or where are we at on it?
Yeah, I hope that does happen. We're kind of looking at this too. A lot of my master's thesis work is looking at policy, and so how digital agriculture can influence policy. So this is sort of one of the components of a bigger conversation about how digital agriculture can change these things and foster new types of policy. So well, I think that's kind of the end goal. Hopefully this little piece along the way will build on a body of work that's already looking at this technology and different applications. So hopefully.
Okay, not going to continue on with a PhD?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, I thought I'd throw it out there at least. Okay, we were actually talking a little bit before, as the presentation was winding up. As a group, we were chatting a little bit, and Abby was talking about the market opportunity in the Christmas arena and providing the greenery for Christmas. And I thought maybe you could tell people a little bit more about that. I'm not sure very many people know that's an opportunity out there, Abby.
Yeah, it's something that we've come across, and it seems that the market demand exceeds that which people can supply. But it's actually the cutting of, we call, folks around here refer to it as brush, or just the greenery tips, usually about 2 to 3 foot in length that you're taking off the tree. So not actually killing the tree in any way. But we cut off of balsam is your primary tree that we've cut from. So balsam, white pine, red pine. We do some spruce. Really a lot of, if it's green, they're interested in taking it and making Christmas wreaths and garlands. Cedar again is another one. And we found that it's just a great way for people who have some land with the trees on it, some property, or even as a farmer looking at maximizing some low value land. Maybe it's not great for cropping, but it would support growing balsam. Balsam, at least here up in the northeast portion of the lower peninsula, is a weed. It just grows everywhere. And so it's great that you could then go in and cut it. And it's really, you know, when we're cutting in the going at it, I guess, cutting well, if it's good conditions for cutting, we can be easily making $40 to $50 each per hour when we're cutting. And again, it's just selling a bulk product. So it's very, I mean, I like it because you cut it and you sell it and you don't, you're kind of done on it. And for, you know, people in the farming mindset, oftentimes that's great. I don't have any interest in getting involved in retail sales. So for me, that's great. And it's again, it's just a way that you can kind of diversify incomes off of the farm and off of your wooded acreage. Yeah. So if anyone's interested in that, exploring kind of that aspect of the market, Christmas greenery, I know there are some resources available from some of the extension groups, especially in places like Maine, New Hampshire, that offer some guidance on that. But again, in Michigan, there's a lot of buyers that we found. Again, in the north area, we tend to have more people who cut. But again, talking with the folks, most of their cutters probably averaged age of 70. So it's something they're really concerned about, is not enough people kind of continuing that practice. And again, demand continues to exceed supply.
Okay, thank you. We got a question for Katie. Do you find that most graduates of the Student Organic Farm Training Program move on to one of the resources from the map you created, or what do they typically do next?
Yeah, so the Organic Farmer Training Program has a good mix of folks who are taking it. And so some are already in a management role for an educational garden or a production farm. And for them, they often stay with that for a few years, and then they may move on to farms of their own. Some of our participants either buy land during the program or have, you know, had a successful career, bought a farm, but then realized, I think I really want to write a farm business plan and see some other farms and get some more skills. And so for those folks, they may be using some of the resources related to production and learning more skills. For the people who are managing farms but don't own land of their own, they may be moving on to some of the incubator farm sites. They may be partnering with an existing farm to access some land through leasing it to get their farm going, or they may be accessing some of the loan options that are listed on the map, or using land bank land that's available in a lot of the urban areas in the state. So I would say both from the Organic Farmer Training Program and the Michigan Sustainable Farm Mentors program that I manage for aspiring and beginning farmers, most of these folks are accessing some resources and are excited to learn about them. You know, they might be doing the high tunnel system through NRCS grant, cost share, things like that. So there's so many resources out there that there's usually a couple that are a good fit for the beginning and aspiring farmers I'm working with. Great question. Thanks, John.
Yeah. When you brought up NRCS, that reminded me that Abby, you referred to the fact that you're getting NRCS cost share type fight. So you're not putting all your eggs in one basket, are you? You're
No.
You're taking advantage of a lot of programs. Are there any other programs we should know about you're taking advantage of?
Definitely NRCS, the EQUIP program, and SARE has been the primary ones we've worked with. However, I think we've also done some work with the DNR in just doing wildlife habitat grant funding for planting some of the evergreens in addition to oaks and other wildlife trees. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay, thank you.
And that's another thing I encourage people to look at and take advantage, because not only is NRCS a great resource for information, I mean, when you can aid someone who's trying to get into farming, it's just, you start implementing practices that you otherwise probably wouldn't have, just because it's cost prohibitive initially. But ultimately, it is going to set your farm up better in the future, more sustainably in the future, and you're not damaging the resources you have available. So again, I encourage anybody to work with their NSGS offices.
Did you know anything about chestnuts before you started this?
Absolutely nothing. No, I hadn't even had a chestnut when I started talking with people.
So you can find the information out there, talk to your extension agent. And
absolutely.
And help in any of these things.
Everybody is always so willing to help and share their information. And it's, just seeking out those people who know what they're talking, have the experience. And again, everybody's been very excited to share in mentorship on these projects.
Well, we don't have any more questions, and I'm kind of out of questions, but I would like, if any of you have anything else you'd like to add for our audience today for the conference, if you'd like to open your mic and anything you'd like to tell the group, I'll give you a chance to do that. Katie, I see you've opened up.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone at MIFS in putting together this conference in a way that's so accessible for everyone to be able to join. And they've put together a fantastic lineup of different breakout sessions. So thanks, Jen, and all of you who worked so hard. John, I see is also on.
Yeah, I'd love to give a similar thank you to MIFS for the help on the project. The collaboration was really helpful. All the great folks I met, unfortunately we didn't get to meet as much as we would like to during the pandemic, but who were willing to let a stranger onto their property and take samples and just a lot of great people. And I think you're really fortunate to have a cool organization like this and information like this, like Abby mentioned. It's just that type of camaraderie, accessibility is really what makes agriculture special. So just appreciate all of you. And my information was there. If anybody has questions, just don't hesitate to contact me, and be happy to chat about any aspect as we move forward.
Abby, any parting words?
Again, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to share what we've done in our projects. And it's always exciting to see what everybody else has done and what the resources available. I'll always learn stuff no matter what I participate in. Thank you again.
Thank you. And I'd just like to also just acknowledge the whole committee that put this conference on. It takes a village, and we definitely had a village to do that. So there's a lot of people that you're going to hear about later in the week. And so encourage you all to continue to attend. And if you're not tired of listening to me, you can attend the session at 6 p.m. and learn more about grant writing and those types of things. And I see that Jen has come on. I don't know if you have something you want to add, Jen?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo thanks for everybody for joining us today. Your presentations were amazing and you had great discussion. I also wanted to take a moment to congratulate Dean Boss on his retirement on May 1st. He has been a long-standing champion and pillar of the Family Farms Conference planning team for well over a decade. And his contributions to sustainable agriculture research and education in Michigan and nationally have just been phenomenal. So thank you, Dean, for all of your work and your guidance. We love you and we're going to miss you, but we're not going to let you go that far away.
Thank
Thank you. Everybody take care. Have a good day. We'll see you back at 6 p.m.
Hello, and welcome to the Thursday evening portion of the Family Farms Conference. My name is Jeremy Jubenville, and I am a greenhouse agent with Michigan State University Extension. In my job, I work primarily with commercial flower growers across 7 counties in Southwest Michigan, and I have been a member of this awesome planning committee for a little over 3 years. Today's sessions are sponsored by Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education. Other sponsors include Michigan Public Health Institute, Michigan State University College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, MSU Center for Regenerative Agriculture, Michigan Farmers Market Association, Michigan Organic Food and Farm Alliance, Greenstone Farm Credit Service, and Taste the Local Difference. You can learn more about sponsors in the sponsor and vendor catalog at the bottom of the webpage. This evening, starting at 6:15, we will see an interview delivered in Spanish with English subtitles with Senor Severiano Felipe Antonino Garcia, indigenous farmer from Mexico, now living in Bangor, Michigan. Senor Antonino Garcia received a SARE Farmer Rancher grant to expand organic production of traditionally culturally important crops, share knowledge with other Mixteco farmers in his community, and promote sustainable production by offering demonstration plots and hosting community gatherings. Afterwards, there will be a recorded presentation about tips and tricks for success when applying for SARE grants with Dean Boss. This will be followed by a live question and answer session with a panel of today's earlier presenters. As you watch the presentations, please enter your questions in the comment below the video and we will answer them during this part of the session. Finally, we will end this evening with a recorded performance from Phoresis. In the meantime, our storytelling session on the organic production of traditional crops by Mixteco farmers will begin in just a moment. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Mis áreas de trabajo son la parte agrícola y la parte de negocios con hispanos, basado sobre todo en el concepto que estamos desarrollando de capital social.
Hola, mi nombre es Filiberto Villa Gómez. Trabajo con Michigan Food and Farming Systems por algún tiempo en el área de producción en pequeñas granjas, donde están localizados la mayoría de los productores latinos o mexicanos en su mayoría. El trabajo se basa en identificar las necesidades en cuanto a producción, desde establecimiento de cultivos, manejo de cultivos, plagas, enfermedades y plan de negocios, planeación de la granja, seguridad de la granja, seguridad de los alimentos. También trabajo con Julián Zamora, con Marcelo y el doctor Rubén Martínez en la elaboración del curso de capacitación que se está realizando también con productores. Estamos aquí con el señor Felipe Antonino García. Él está aquí, está en condiciones de participar con nosotros desde hace ya tiempo y vamos a hablar sobre cómo él ha iniciado la agricultura, cómo él ha empezado a hacer sus cultivos tradicionales y los desafíos que él ha estado presentando. Entonces, si quiere usted decir su nombre, señor Severiano.
Buenas tardes, es un placer estar con ustedes. Mi nombre es Severiano Felipe Antonino. Me moví para el estado de Michigan con un pensamiento de quedarme aquí, y tengo un poco de terreno y comencé a cultivar mis plantas tradicional, tomatillo, un poco de frijol morado, verde, y el cultivo se está aumentando. Entonces, al paso del tiempo, un amigo me habló acerca de acá el señor Filiberto Gómez. Entonces fue que comencé a acercar y tomar cursos y seguir capacitando en el curso y ir aprendiendo acerca de los cultivos. Y quiero agradecerle por esta oportunidad que me dan, ser parte con ustedes.
Bueno, como decía hace un momento, tenemos aquí la oportunidad de estar hablando con el señor Severiano. Él tiene su granja ubicada aquí en la ciudad de Bangor, es cerca de la ciudad de Bangor, a unas cuantas millas de la ciudad de Bangor. Efectivamente, él tiene poco tiempo de estar realizando aquí su granja, desarrollando su granja, que serán 4 años, 5 años.
Voy para 4 años.
Bueno, va a cumplir 4 años haciendo su operación aquí, su operación agrícola. Así que, señor Severiano, vamos a proceder a hacer algunas preguntas con relación al manejo de la granja.
Está bien.
Para la elaboración de este video. Así que procederemos. ¿Quieres conducir las preguntas, Marcelo?
No, tú adelante, tú.
Bien. Tenemos algunas preguntas y todo está enfocado a lo que es la producción agrícola que usted realiza. Como sabemos, también usted tiene relación con algunos productores aquí que son del mismo grupo, del mismo lugar donde vienen. así que también es conocido por varios de ellos, ¿verdad? Sí. Y tenemos la primera pregunta. La primera pregunta es, ¿qué lo llevó a usted a dedicarse a la agricultura? ¿Por qué usted se dedica a la agricultura?
Primeramente, me llevó a hacer agricultura tradicional, porque viaja mucha gente inmigrante de que es el estado de Michigan. Viene mucha gente de Florida, de Carolinas, Georgia, Texas. Viene mucha gente contratados en todas partes del país, de México. Entonces, ellos les hace falta un tomate, un chile, otros productos mexicanos de diferente variedad, ¿verdad? Entonces, eso fue lo que a mí me llevó a comenzar a plantar. Yo y mi familia comenzamos a hacer plantas y comenzar a plantar porque viene mucha gente y ellos demandan tomatillo, chile verde, otras clases de chile, ejotes. Eso fue lo que a mí me llevó comenzar a convertir el terreno que tengo para un buen cultivo.
¿Quiere usted decir entonces que la gente que viene a trabajar de fuera busca los cultivos y los productos que están acostumbrados a consumir en su tierra? ¿Por eso es que usted hace esos cultivos aquí?
Así es, señor.
Perfecto. Procedemos a la siguiente pregunta. ¿Qué es lo que a usted le gusta de la agricultura? ¿Y qué es lo que menos le gusta? ¿Qué es lo que más le gusta y qué es lo que menos le gusta?
Creo yo que en lo personal no me gusta, ¿verdad? En cuanto al clima, a veces enfrentamos retos que de repente hay una sequía, o enfrentamos retos que hay bastante lluvia, la tierra se moja mucho, y eso pues son cosas que pues que no me gusta, pero no puedo hacer nada porque es la clima que hace cambio. Entonces tengo que pensar dos cosas. Si hay sequía, tengo que regar agua a las plantas. Y si hay mucha lluvia o la tierra está muy mojada, tengo que esperar para poner la semilla en la tierra. O si la semilla ya está puesta y la humedad lo pudre o lo mata la semilla, tengo que volver a esperar a que la tierra se seque y volver a poner semilla. Y pues yo y mi familia enfrentamos varios retos porque también tenemos que comprar fertilizante, comprar comida durante el rato que estamos trabajando. No es fácil tener la familia ahí que te estén ayudando. Tienes que animarlos, animarme a mí mismo también, porque en ese rato que yo estoy trabajando en la tierra tengo que gastar tiempo, agua, fertilizante, y todo el dinero sale de mi bolsa. También mis hijos no están ganando ni $1. Mi esposa también, hasta que hay producción y comenzamos a ganar un poco de dinero.
Muy bien, ahora.
Don Severiano, perdón, Filiberto. Antes de venir a Michigan, ¿cuál ha sido su experiencia en la agricultura? ¿Desde qué edad ha trabajado en la agricultura?
Yo, desde que yo tengo 6, 7 años, yo he trabajado en la agricultura. Mis padres en México me enseñaron a plantar milpas, diferentes variedades de frijoles, trigos, árbol de duraznos, aguacates. Cuando ya decido de venirme a los Estados Unidos, llegué y hice todas clases de trabajo. Llegué en el estado de Phoenix, Arizona, pisqué limón. Me fui para California, en Fresno, pisqué uva. Fui al estado de Oregon, corté árbol de Navidad. Me vine para Florida, estuve piscando naranja, fresa, chile, tomate. Viajaba para el estado de Ohio, también piscaba pepinos, chile. Terminamos de piscar chile, pasamos a cortar calabazas, manzana, pera, durazno, muchas variedades de trabajo, señor.
Muchas gracias.
Ahora, ¿qué es lo que más le gusta de la agricultura que hace usted aquí? Ya nos dijo parte de lo que no le gusta. Ahora nos puede platicar en pocas palabras, ¿qué es lo que más le gusta?
Lo que más me gusta de todo, cuando veo las plantas crecer y veo mi familia llegar y poder tocar ya cuando está listo, ya sea la calabaza, chile, tomate o plantamos elote de diferente variedad, también tradicional de nuestra tierra. Lo disfrutamos, ¿verdad? Viene gentes en nuestro local a buscar tomate, chile y lo entregamos con ellos y eso es una de las cosas que más nos gusta, que la gente quiere disfrutar comiendo algo fresco, tradicional de su propia tierra.
Muy bien.
Adelante, Filiberto.
¿Alguna otra pregunta, Marcelo?
Adelante, seguí con las preguntas.
De acuerdo. ¿Cuáles son los desafíos o los problemas que usted ve para los agricultores en este momento? Ya nos ha hablado de la parte que a usted le corresponde, lo que usted hace, cómo hace los cultivos, lo que le gusta, no le gusta. Cuándo inició, cómo es que usted ha venido pasando por las actividades agrícolas hasta llegar a Michigan. Pero para los agricultores, ¿qué son los desafíos que usted ve en este momento para otros agricultores?
Para otros agricultores que también quiere comenzar o algunos ya comenzaron, ¿verdad? Yo pienso que es muy importante a que ellos se acerquen y se capaciten para que ellos vayan aprendiendo a, ¿verdad? Prepararse. Primero el terreno, conocer qué tiempo es bueno para plantar, todo eso. Yo quiero hablar como agricultor y como otros compañeros que quieren comenzar o algunos ya están trabajando, que es bien importante a que se acerquen y que se preparen y que conozcan cuáles son el tiempo que tiene que sembrar o esperar un tiempo o cualquier cosa que necesite, tiene que acercarse con señor Filiberto y asistir las clases y conocer realmente qué hay que hacer para prepararse.
Don Severiano, conocemos un buen número de productores que vienen de la misma región de donde usted viene. Y hemos visto que hay mucha diferencia de pensamiento, de ideas, y como usted acaba de decir, sí es importante que la gente se capacite. ¿Puede hablarnos un poquito de esas diferencias? ¿Por qué los productores a veces, o estos productores de los que hablamos, a veces se animan o dicen que sí participan, luego en algún momento dicen que no participan? ¿Cuál cree usted que es la diferencia esa por la cual ellos no se sienten confortables en participar?
Yo pienso que tiene que ver mucho de que cada persona, ¿verdad?, tomen un tiempo y pensar en lo personal, pensar en la familia, pensar en su comunidad, ¿verdad? Y acercarse, ¿verdad? Y, acercarse y decir, bueno, yo quiero acercarme y tomar los cursos, probar todo esto, porque si toma una decisión y pues te quedas solo trabajando, y si no te va bien o de repente te puede salir mucha cosecha y no sabes dónde ir a venderlo, no sabes dónde ir a llevarlo, eso es lo que no lo llevan a uno adelante, ¿verdad? Entonces, yo lo invito a que, ¿verdad?, se acerque y pregunte a otros productores que ya están trabajando. Hagamos amigos, hagamos amistades, ¿verdad? Yo pienso que es bien bueno a que hagamos conciencia y pensamos de la gente que viene a buscar comida fresca.
Muy bien. Tenemos desde hace tiempo trabajando con otro proyecto con una agencia que se llama SARE, SARE, y hemos estado haciendo algunas actividades. Tengo unas preguntas que hacerle relacionado a eso. Y la primera pregunta es, ¿quiere usted hablarnos o puede usted hablarnos de ese proyecto que estamos haciendo con SARE?
Sí. Bueno, este proyecto que estamos trabajando, creo que me gusta, ¿verdad? No, me gusta cómo va todo hasta el momento. Me gustaría mandarle un mensaje que gracias por la ayuda que me dieron en la temporada pasada, ¿verdad? Y puedo decir que me gusta, ¿verdad? Me gusta porque también sí, espero que me sigan ayudando para sacar mi familia adelante, ¿verdad? Yo y mi familia hemos sentado en la mesa y hemos hablado de esta ayuda que nos han dado. No es mucho, pero sí lo recibimos con mucho gusto. Cualquier ayuda que nos pueda ofrecer, le agradecemos de corazón.
Tengo otra pregunta. Dice, ¿qué es importante para usted sobre este proyecto? ¿Qué es lo importante para usted de este proyecto? Y luego, ¿por qué eligió hacer este estudio en particular o este proyecto en particular?
Bueno, yo no conocía qué es un proyecto, ni sabía yo, pero al ir a tomar curso, aprendí qué es un proyecto. Me fui dando cuenta de que si no existe un proyecto, solamente está en tu cabeza qué vas a hacer y qué no vas a hacer, no funciona. El proyecto funciona cuando tomas el curso y ya aprendes qué vas a hacer, aprendes qué piensas hacer el año siguiente, cómo te fue la temporada pasada y cómo te va la otra temporada, o qué tienes que mejorar, ¿verdad? Pero sí me gustó el proyecto.
¿Por qué lo eligió usted? ¿Por qué eligió este estudio? A lo mejor le hayan sido otros en otro lado, otra idea, otra forma. ¿Por qué usted eligió participar en este proyecto?
Pues porque me gustaría a sacar mis hijos adelante. Si este proyecto se cumpla, me gustaría sacar mis hijos adelante, que mis hijos tengan buenos trabajos en este proyecto.
Podría ser que quiere encaminar a ellos que aprendan también.
Que aprendan mis hijos, ¿verdad? Que mi hijo aprenda en este proyecto. Tal vez yo estoy haciendo bien poco, pero en un futuro mi hijo puede mejorar este proyecto y lo puede sacar mucho mejor que lo que yo estoy haciendo.
Tenemos otra pregunta. ¿Cuál es la importancia de las semillas que eligió usted para este proyecto? O los cultivos que usted eligió para este proyecto.
La importancia del cultivo lo elegí porque cada cultivo es una demanda para la gente, para el mercado. Entonces, por eso es que elegí hacer cultivo.
Bien. ¿Y por qué es importante usar las semillas que usted usa? ¿Orgánicas, son orgánicas o convencionales? En este caso fue de semillas orgánicas. ¿Por qué es la importancia de usar esas semillas?
La importancia de usar semilla orgánica es que yo no le quiero poner química a las plantas o a los productos, porque nosotros no cultivábamos químicos. Nuestras plantas lo poníamos, la semilla lo poníamos en tierra y crecían, nos daban productos naturales. Que yo llegué a los Estados Unidos, me di cuenta que están poniendo mucha química en las plantas y eso puede dañar a la gente.
Muy bien. Vamos con otra pregunta. ¿Hay desafíos para cultivar los productos en este clima?
Sí hay varios desafíos. Tanto el clima de la lluvia o la sequía, o también hay animales silvestres que también atacan nuestras plantas. Y también hay monte silvestre también que crece bastante, más cuando es orgánico, que no podemos ponerle pesticida.
Se refiere a las malezas.
A las malezas. Hay muchos, hay muchas cosas que tienen que ver con todo eso, que son desafíos, pero todo se puede.
¿Hay desafíos con la expansión o el aumento de la producción?
Sí hay desafío. porque hay que usar más personales para trabajar. Hay que encontrar personas que también esté dispuesto de trabajar. Sobre todo hay que tener dinero para pagarles a ellos. Buena maquinaria. Tener todas las herramientas necesarias para poder sacar una cosecha adelante.
En el caso de herramientas, ¿usted le hace falta algún tipo de herramienta que sea necesaria para continuar con el proyecto, este proyecto u otros proyectos de producción?
Sí. Tengo, hice plantación en este año de 2021. Compré un tractor y el tractor ese es bueno. Viene con solamente 2 equipos para preparar terreno. Pero ahora me he dado cuenta de que necesito otros equipos más y otro tractor más para poder preparar muy bien la tierra y poder surquear o poner canal los terrenos, ya que este año hice plantación de papa, cebolla, y estuve batallando con mi único tractor que tengo. Entonces, lo que necesito es otro tractor. Necesito, para poder enfrentar el frío o la lluvia, necesito comprar unas casas de túnel también, tierra, tener muy buenos agua.
¿Se refiere a invernadero?
Invernadero. Me refiero a tener buenos motores para agua, limpiar el agua. Tener un lugar muy bueno para preparar la tierra para tener buena cosecha.
Bien, la siguiente pregunta dice, ¿ha trabajado con SER, la agencia con la que se ha iniciado este proyecto? ¿Ha trabajado antes con ella?
No, no he trabajado con ellos.
¿Cómo siente usted que fue el proceso de trabajar en este tiempo con esta agencia o en este proyecto?
Sabe de que me gustó la ayuda que me dieron, pero también estuve preocupado porque el terreno que tengo no está muy preparado para plantarla. Entonces tuve varios retos porque al poner la semilla en la tierra, yo y mi familia, mis hijos, llegaron las lluvias, tuvimos inundación y perdimos mucha semilla en esta temporada que
prácticamente la mitad de los cultivos que estableció se dañaron.
Se dañaron
el
todo.
exceso de la lluvia.
El proceso de la lluvia.
Bueno. Hemos cubierto las 4 o 5 preguntas del proyecto SER. No sé si ustedes tienen alguna otra pregunta, Marcelo, Jens.
Don Severiano, sí, yo tengo una. Don Severiano, usted nos dijo que ha venido con mucha experiencia agrícola desde México, que ha trabajado desde los 6 años en la agricultura. Y también nos dijo que ha tomado diversos entrenamientos, cursos acá. ¿Esos entrenamientos le han servido para participar en una mejor forma en este proyecto?
Sí, señor.
¿En qué forma?
Pues en forma de que estoy más motivado. Mis hijos pues pueden ver que estoy siendo algo más profesional. por ahora no pienso que estoy solo, que estoy con ustedes y que sé que hay gentes que me están apoyando en mi proyecto.
Okay, muchas gracias. Jen, do you have some questions? A question?
No, I don't. That was great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Hemos escuchado las respuestas del señor Severiano respecto a la agricultura que él está practicando aquí en su finca y también a las preguntas sobre el proyecto SER. No sé si alguien de ustedes quiera ampliar un poco más la conversación o si tenga alguna otra pregunta que podamos aprovechar los minutos aquí con el señor Severiano. También está aquí enfrente su esposa, quien es parte importante en el cultivo con él, porque ella realiza muchas actividades junto a él y sus hijos que en este momento están tomando clases en la escuela. Pero podemos ver el gran interés de Severiano en que su familia se mantenga aprendiendo parte de la agricultura y sobre todo las prácticas que él realiza para que en un futuro también ellos puedan dedicarse a la producción si así lo decidieran, ¿no? Así que si hay algún otro comentario, alguna otra pregunta, con gusto podemos aquí ampliar o podemos conversar todavía un minuto más o 2 minutos más con el señor Severiano.
Por supuesto que sí.
Lo único que le puedo decir que es un gusto trabajar con usted, Severiano. Cualquier cosa que le podamos apoyar y ayudar, contáctenos. Es un placer trabajar con usted.
¿Algún comentario adicional que usted quiera agregar en el video? O...
Todo está bien. Todo está bueno por mí. Tengo que decirles con todos los personales que están trabajando para apoyar todos los agricultores que quieran acercarse, ¿verdad? Pues que gracias por sus esfuerzos, por preocuparse de nosotros y pues que nosotros como agricultores, pues cualquier ayuda que nos puedan brindar, yo y mi casa estaremos bien agradecidos a ustedes.
Un placer.
Por último, no sé si ya estén a punto de terminar este video, pero quisiera solamente agregar que así como Severiano y su familia, hay muchos más productores en esta área de Michigan y en otros estados también que están realizando prácticas y están interesados en estar en la producción de alimentos en diferentes modalidades. En este caso, Severiano está en la producción orgánica, pero también hay gente que lo está haciendo de manera convencional. Entonces, como podemos ver, estas son las condiciones y las actividades que realizan en una pequeña operación agrícola, ¿no?
Hi, everyone. I'm Dean Boss, Sustainable Ag Educator for Michigan State University Extension. I'm also the Sustainable Ag Research and Education SARE Program State Coordinator for Michigan, a grant program from the USDA. Today, I'm going to take some time to talk to you about grant writing. I'm going to talk about general grant information, where to find grants, some grant writing tips, and then some specifics about the SARE program that I'm the state coordinator for, with some general information and a couple of grant programs that you might be interested that SARE offers, and then also some SARE grant writing tips. Before I get started, I hope to share with you some of the realities of grant writing. I've done a lot of grant writing, and it takes a lot of time and effort. So hopefully with the tips I give you, it will increase your odds of getting a grant and also keep you from putting time into a grant that you may not be able to get. So let's get started. First of all, contrary to popular belief, most, if not all, funders do not give you money to spend on whatever you want or need. Grant programs have specific reasons for distributing the money. A lot of times with government funds, that's often dictated by law. It's written into legislation what they can give money for. And in a lot of cases, even with private funds, they have a mission statement or bylaws that say they will give money for specific causes for specific reasons. The people who are administering these grants are bound by these constraints, and they cannot change them for you. No matter how good your idea is, if it doesn't fit their constraints for them giving money out, they are not going to be able to give you that money. So make sure what you want money for is something they give money for. If you apply for money that you don't really qualify for, you're not going to have a chance at getting it. As an example, this is one of the Michigan Department of Ag and Rural Development grants called the Michigan Specialty Crop Block Grant. And if you read right there in their overview, it says that the funds are for specialty crops. And it lists specialty crops as fruits and vegetables, tree fruits, dried nuts, horticulture, and nursery crops, including floriculture. If you're looking at a crop outside of those categories, you would not qualify for this grant. So you should not be applying for it. Here's an example from the SARE program, which I'm a part of. And note in here that it says that these funds are not for everyday farming expenses. The funds are for innovative, sustainable agriculture, research, demonstration, education projects. So if you're just looking for funds to support your operation, these types of grants aren't going to necessarily, well, they would not be the type of grants you should be applying for. Next, not everyone qualifies for every grant program. Grant programs may have targeted audiences that can meet their objectives, and some grant programs will only fund in certain geographic or demographic areas. Make sure you qualify to receive the money you are applying for. Here's another example from MDARD of that. This one has eligible counties. It has to be rural counties with populations of 70,000 or less. And so if you're not applying for the money from within a county that qualifies, and here's a map, the red counties are the ones that are eligible. The dark red is even a priority county. Again, you should not be applying for the grant because you just cannot receive the money because you're not in the proper location. Next thing to consider is that most grant programs don't just send you a check. Some grant programs require you to spend your own money. Then you get reimbursed for allowable project expenses. In addition, most grant programs require some sort of reporting, which may be tied to getting some or all of your funding. Investigate how you'll receive your funds before applying. If you do not have the money available to support the project while you're waiting to get reimbursed, then that is going to be a problem. In a lot of cases, there's programs where they may give you, say, half the money up front, and then after you write your first project report, you'll get the rest of the money. There's all sorts of ways that they can tie funding to objectives that they have. And so make sure you check into that, how you would receive the funds before you apply. And then also there may be tax liabilities that result from receiving a grant. So you may want to talk to a tax consultant if you have questions to find out if you're going to end up incurring a tax liability by receiving grant funds. So we're going to move on to where do you find all of this information I just talked about. And that information is all available in what we call a request or a call for proposals. You hear them referred to as RFPs or CFPs. And this is an example of the Sarah Farmer Rancher program grant proposal or call for proposals. And all that information that I talked about is in there. And so what you need to do is read the RFP thoroughly to make sure, first of all, that you qualify, how you're going to receive the grants, what reporting requirements there's going to be. And don't guess. If you don't quite understand some of these things, call the contact if you have questions. In this case, Joan Benjamin is a contact for the Farmer Rancher Grant Program, and she's available to answer any of your questions. And I tell people, don't be afraid to call. It's their job to help you. So they're waiting there to help people who have questions about their programs. Other places to find grants is you can just do internet search. One valuable site that I found is with the National Sustainable Agriculture Coalition. They have a publication, it's a grassroots guide to Farm Bill programs and grants. There's a chart that gives you a quick guide to all the different programs that might be available there. This is an example of the chart that they have. But first of all, you can see there's a lot of different grant programs for all different categories. There's beginning and socially disadvantaged farmer grants, food safety grants, healthy food access, just a lot of different types of grant programs. So look through the ones that might have application for what you're trying to do. And then look at the chart. This chart basically gives you that information that I talked about. You can see the column all the way there on the right says who is available. Some are available for just organizations. Some are available to just farmers. Some are available to both. If you're a farmer, you shouldn't be applying for an organization grant and vice versa. So there's a lot of different programs that they have, and a lot of that basic information I was talking about is described as they describe those grants. Other websites can help you find grants. The Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, MDARD, they have grants listed on their site that they provide. The USDA, National Institute for Food and Agriculture, also has a page where you can search for grants. And then the grant program that I'm associated with is available at northcentralsare.org/grants. Now, one of the things I'll say is that it's not always obvious on their websites how to find their grant programs. I have gotten frustrated looking for grant programs, and sometimes you just have to go to their main site and type grant programs into their search box to get to the spot where you need to go. I don't know why they make it hard to find these, but they do. Another potential source for grants are private foundations. One example is the Organic Farming Research Foundation, OFRF. And you can see in the box there that the timeline for their grants, they have a every year grant cycle. Note that for their grants, a letter of intent, sometimes that's required by grant programs, that you tell them first what you're intending to apply for, and then they will let you know if you're going to be invited to apply for that. So you really have to read through the instructions carefully on these things and follow the process. Another source that I recommend to people is to look for local community foundations. A lot of times they're looking for local people to support with projects that have benefit to the local community. And sometimes you may be located next in an area that has a philanthropic foundation. One that comes to mind for me being down here near Battle Creek is the Kellogg Foundation. Those types of foundations are also looking to support local projects. But remember, again, that they have certain things that they fund. You need to qualify for the types of things that they like to fund. But they can be a good source of funding. Their programs aren't always widely advertised. They may not advertise them at all. So you may have to call them. So it doesn't hurt to give them a call and say, do you have a grant program? Here's what I'm looking at doing, and would I qualify for funding from your organization? So there's a wide variety of programs out there, different organizations, not only governmental, but private. So take a look around and see what might work for you. So you found a grant program, it's something you're interested in, but the RFP is closed. So what do you do next? Look at the closing date. Many grants are on an annual cycle. And so that grant program will more than likely come around again. So give yourself a reminder to check back 2 or 3 months before that date the next year. That's typically kind of the time frame that a lot of grant programs will issue their RFPs 2 or 3 months ahead of when the program actually closes. So make sure you follow back up if it's something you're really interested in. Many funders also have signups for email newsletters, updates, and notifications. If you sign up for their updates, they will send you an email when they decide to issue a new call for proposals. So go ahead and sign up and make sure you read their emails when they come through. So you found a grant program that meets your general information requirements. And now what do you do? What's next? Well, like I said, thoroughly read through the RFP. Then I usually say, then read it again, because sometimes it's hard to absorb everything on the first go around. Make sure that you qualify, like I said, for the money that they're looking to give out in their grant program. I also recommend that you read the organization's mission, goals, and objectives, and note their keywords and concepts, and be ready to use those if you're going to write a proposal. They like to hear that people are meeting their goals and their mission when they give money to them. So make sure you note those types of things. If you don't understand something, again, call or email the contact. It's their job to help you, and you want to go into it with a thorough understanding of all questions that you might have. Writing a grant proposal is a lot of work. It's worth the effort, but you don't want to put time and energy into something to later realize that you won't be considered because you missed or something, or you guessed at something. So make sure you understand up front what they're looking for. Next thing is to follow the directions. Many RFPs have things like page limits, section limits, font size, margin requirements, a description of what goes in a section. They do this intentionally. It forces you to be concise and not to ramble on. And violating any of these could lead to rejection of the proposal without being reviewed. A lot of times those types of parameters are reviewed by staff other than project reviewers. And if you don't meet their requirements, if you haven't followed their directions, they could reject your proposal without even looking at it. I hate to tell you, but you are not special. They can't make exceptions to the rules. They can't change the rules for you. Everyone has to follow the same rules. So read those things and follow the process. So you've made it through all of that. You've decided it's the grant for you. You understand what it's going to take. Now you're going to write the grant. Write clearly and concisely. Write logically. Don't jump around with your thoughts. Build the next thought, sentence, paragraph, or section on the previous one. Don't use acronyms, jargon, or technical terms without explaining them. The people who review grants, and I have been on grant review panels, they may not know as much, they will not know as much about your field as you do. So you cannot assume that they know what you're talking about when you use really technical terms or acronyms or jargons that are specific to the area that you are working in or applying for funds for. So be very explicit about what you're looking for, explain things well, and explain things logically. Don't make statements you can't back up with data or other references. If it is your opinion, say that. For example, say, I believe that such and such. That tells the reviewer that this is your opinion. Other than that, if you're going to say something, make sure you can back it up with an article or someone else's statement about it. You need to make sure that the information that you're presenting is solid and that there is consensus for that information out there. Don't use superlatives. That is a red flag to reviewers. My example here is, if you say this proposal will produce the very best method to do something, well, that's, how do you quantify that? What is very best? Who says it's going to be the very best? That just is overselling something. Instead, you can say something like, this proposal will produce a better method to do something. That is easily stated without throwing up a red flag. So don't oversell things, be logical, make sure that what you're saying makes sense and there's a flow to it. Reviewers are looking for proposals that are unbiasedly evaluate something, and that those proposals are realistic. So keep it realistic and keep it unbiased. Give them what they ask for. If you can't explain why, don't ignore something. If there's a section in the proposal where they ask for some specific information and you don't have that information, explain to them why you don't have that information. Don't lead them to believe that you're just ignoring what they're asking for. Give them the reason why. You want to convince them to fund your proposal. So present realistic, believable, and logical reasons why they should fund your proposals. Avoid sales pitches and hyperbole. Reviewers have a responsibility, and I've been in this position, to be objective and thorough. They know what they need to look for in proposals, and if they don't find them, or if they're uncomfortable with what you're saying, they really feel responsible to the organization that they're doing the reviewing for, and so they're going to review accordingly. So now you're done writing the proposal, have other people review it, including someone who might not be familiar with the topic that you're writing about. They can let you know if they don't understand something, if something doesn't seem quite right to them, and make sure you address their feedback. If they're confused or don't understand something, reviewers will probably have the same issues with it. So take their feedback and make adjustments accordingly to improve your proposal. Find and fix spelling and grammar mistakes with spell checker and the grammar programs available nowadays. That's pretty easy to do, and those types of things really stand out to reviewers. It shows that you may not have been paying attention to detail if you don't fix those types of easy things to fix. Don't push the deadline. They have a fixed deadline. And again, They're not going to make adjustments for you. So give yourself time to fix things. Don't push too close to the deadline, and re-review what you've written prior to submitting it. So now you're done writing. Submit on time. Build in time for problems with the submission process. A lot of these programs now are asking you to submit your proposals in their online computer system, which can have problems, or which you may have some problems or questions about. So give yourself time so that you can get through their submission process and give them a call if you run into any problems. Most organizations will not accept proposals after the submission deadline. That deadline is firm, so if you don't get it in by that deadline, they're not going to accept it after that deadline. And most importantly, congratulate yourself for successfully submitting a proposal. Like I said, it's hard work, and you really need to congratulate yourself when you've made it through that process. So there's some places where you can get some help with your proposal. There are organizations that offer free grant writing assistance. You can search for them on the internet. One example for ag type proposals is the Michael Fields Agricultural Institute out of Wisconsin. Their website is listed there. They have grant advising resources, and you can see in this first part of the description of their services that they are for the 12-state region, which includes Michigan, and they help in applying for grants, loans, cost share programs, all those types of things, and can help you with those types of proposals. If you need that type of help, take advantage of grant writing and financial assistance advising. So you've submitted and then you've been rejected. Don't take it personal. I have been in that position more times than I would like to admit. And it is really hard not to take it personal. You've just put a lot of time and energy into a proposal that you believe is good. And when your proposal is not accepted, it can be a little bit hard to take, but don't take it personal. You have to realize they only have so much money to put into these programs. And there may have been other proposals that were better met their program objectives, were a better fit for what they were trying to do. And the other thing I'll point out in that regards is it just may be the year that you submitted. Those objectives can kind of change year to year and aren't necessarily listed in their proposal. So you may have a better chance in another year just because of how they're looking at where they want to put their emphasis in a specific year. A lot of them will give you comments back about your proposals, what they liked about it, what they might not have liked about it. If the comments are generally positive, I really recommend resubmitting during their next grant cycle. Address the negative comments in that next submission. Don't get discouraged. Now that you know the process, give it 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 more tries, and you have the basic skeleton of your proposal created. So resubmitting it to that organization with some changes would be relatively easy to do. And you also remember that you have a proposal developed that you could submit to another organization. Don't be afraid to take that same proposal and try another funder and see if you might have a chance there. I know people, particularly with the SARE program, that have applied numerous times, and it's taken twice or sometimes 3 times, but have got their proposals funded. So don't get discouraged. You know the process now, and go ahead and keep trying. That kind of wraps up my general grant writing tips. I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the North Central SARE Sustainable Agricultural Research and Education Program and their grant program. The offices for North Central Region SARE are located at the University of Minnesota, and they also have staff at University of Missouri and Lincoln University in Missouri. SARE they have grants and outreach, and their goal and their mission is to advance sustainable innovations to the whole of American agriculture. It's kind of new and different. It was started back in 1988, and it was conceived to be a decentralized, science-based, grassroots, practical, problem-solving, and inclusive competitive grant making and outreach program. The SARE model is that successful SARE grantees are engaged in projects that are guided by 3 principles of sustainability. A lot of times we think of sustainability mostly as stewardship of our nation's land and water and the sustainability of those types of resources. But SARE is also interested in the sustainability of profit over the long term. It does no good to provide the sustainability of land and water if you're going to go out of business doing it. So profit is an important part of SARE, and also the quality of life for farmers, ranchers, and their communities. SARE includes stakeholder involvement in all their grant programs. They want problems that are identified by a farmer, rancher, and the researchers. And they want farmers and ranchers involved in the research and the outreach. They see the importance of basing their work on information from farmers as stakeholders in the process. SARE has a number of grant types. They range in size and complexity. There's the research and education program, which tends to be a very large grant program that is applicable to large organizations and universities. They have a professional development program that is also typically used by organizations and universities to develop ag professionals and their understanding of sustainable agriculture. They have a really nice graduate student program where they give money to graduate students to do smaller projects in sustainable agriculture. Then they have 2 programs. Next, the Farmer Rancher program, which is a program directly for farmers and ranchers to get money to do sustainable ag research and education, and also a youth educator grant where youth educators, folks that are teaching youth about agriculture and where our food comes from, where they can get money to do their projects as well. There is a last program there called the Partnership Program, which is a program for agricultural educators to get money in partnership with 3 to 5 farms to do a program and provide research or education which benefits sustainable agriculture. Those are initiated by the ag educator, so not something that farmers directly can apply for, but the farmer rancher grants and the youth educator grants definitely are ones that you may want to consider. To give you a little bit of idea how big these programs are, this was started in 1988, and through 2021, they've awarded almost $87 million. You can see the breakdown here, and the programs that I talked about, like the Farmer Rancher Grant, they're close to $11 million that they've awarded to farmers and ranchers to do research, and that is in 1,276 different projects. That's how many farmer rancher projects they have funded. The youth education grant did not start in 1988. It started much later. But so far they've had 161 projects in that category and close to $400,000. More specific information about the Farmer Rancher Grant Program. The grants go directly to fund farmers and ranchers to explore new production methods or marketing practices for their farms. You can apply for up to $15,000 as an individual farm, or if you get a team of 2 or more farmers, you can apply for up to $30,000. Now, when they say you need team of 2 or more farmers, that means that 2 or more farmers have to be working on the project together. It does not mean that you have to have it do the project on both farms. You can do the project on one farm, but have 2 farmers involved in the research and directing the project. Farmers are encouraged to link with university or nonprofit partners to be involved in the project. About 40 of these projects are funded per year, and there tends to be, probably a little less than 120 projects that are proposed. So about 30% of the projects that are proposed are funded. So it's a pretty good hit rate, and it's a really good program. Give you an idea of where Michigan stacks up in the Farmer Rancher Grant Program. Michigan has received over $1 million for 131 projects over that period from 1992 to 2021. We're up there in the top. We have some states that are more than us. And I like to see Michigan get as much money as possible from this program. So I really encourage people to consider it and apply for the Farmer Rancher Grant Program. Youth Educator Grants, those are grants for young people and educators, again, to look at sustainable practices and look at sustainable agriculture as a viable career option for kids. Educators can receive up to $6,000 per project. These are appropriate for VOAG teachers and other youth educators. About 10 projects per year are funded. And Joan Benjamin is the coordinator for that program, as well as the Farmer Rancher Grant Program. Again, looking at Michigan, we've done quite well in the youth educator grants. Actually, we have the most funding and the most projects, 24 projects, close to $50,000 that were funded in youth educator grants. So I hope you'll consider that program and keep Michigan at the top of the youth educator grant funding from SARE. The other thing I want to point out about SARE is that they have a lot of really good information on sustainable agriculture, a lot of books, a lot of publications. It's really a valuable resource. A lot of these came out of people who had projects and then created these types of publications. The books and bulletins are available in print if you'd like to order them. The books you have to pay for. But the nice thing about SARE is that everything that they publish, including their books, are available as a free download from their website. They have media outreach. They have a portfolio of in-depth reports on current topics. They have topic rooms for things like cover crops and local foods, where you can go and specifically find in-depth information and reports on those topics. They provide money to sponsor conferences. And this Michigan Family Farms Conference is getting some sponsorship from SARE. And then, like I said, they have a lot of online resources that you may want to take advantage of. If you'd like more information about SARE, this is the contact phone number and the email and the website. That's where you can go for SARE information. But on the other side, like I've been saying all along, you can contact me. I'm the SARE coordinator. And like I've said throughout the presentation, it's my job, just like it's the job of all the other contacts, to help you if you have questions about SARE or SARE grant writing programs. Appreciate your attention today. I hope I gave you some insight into grant writing to get you on your way to writing successful grant proposals and not putting time into things that you might not qualify for.
God, yeah, that's right there. Yeah, right there. That's where we start.
Okay. What is that? Oh.
Got the wind in my head, my back to the facts, focused on my future, 'cause I know it'll last. Nothing but time to make love, everything I do. All my friends are and they ain't you. I give about you, the life that you live. I ain't in it at all. I use a different law. Focused on my team, while I'm building a name. Only want my respect. You can keep the fame, 'cause love ain't inbox. So stay out of mine, 'cause I ain't breathing toolbox. I got a fight of my own. And one thing about me, I am my own. You weren't there when you made me, 'cause he did it alone. So please stay out my inbox.
Hey, in your inbox?
So please stay out my inbox. Please stay out please stay out my it's quit time, huh? Hey, Ralph, quit time.
Sister told about that. Got the babies with them.
Come on, boo, we gotta go. It's time to go. Come on. Why you eat your food?
Why?
Because they gotta wait on their kids. Come on, son. How you wake up and then go back to sleep? You don't even want to be in a chair.
It's easy to persecute based on what you see, and it's easy to judge the fruit when it's falling from the tree. So appealing once before, something you wanted to use, and now that you see the bruise, it's no more good to you. I've seen this before. What a shame. People fall every day. Don't mean that they ain't great. Look to the hills and brush off the dust, get up, walk the other way. Forward, better days. Be proud that you ain't brave. You were made to be, built to last. It's easy to take the time for granted, you don't invest. See the world like what's the rush than those who were born with less. Privileged is how we were born, and that don't look good for you. Cause while we have our love for these, you have to buy your clothes. I've seen this before. What a shame, people fall every day. Don't mean that they ain't brave. Look to the hills and brush off the dust. Get up, walk the other way. Forward to better days. Be proud that you ain't brave. You were made to be, built to last. What a shame, people fall every day. Don't mean that they ain't great. Look to the hills and brush off the dust. Get up, walk the other way. Forward to better days. Be proud that you ain't brave. You were made to be, built to last. Oh, you were made to be, built to last. Made to be, you were made to be, built to last. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. You were made to be, built to last. Built to last. You were made to be, built to last. Shame, people fall every day. Don't mean that they ain't great. Look to the hills and brush off the dust. Get up, walk the other way. Forward, better days. Be proud that you ain't brave. You were made to be, built to last.
It's a messy business, being gifted color, but a little bit goes a long way. Rockin' cut up attire with a hint of desire, walking barefoot 'cause it's been a long day. So for the mercy that doesn't hurt me, you all in my way. I got some things I think I need to create. Let me fill in the space, red, blacks, and browns. You must be blind or can't see. We rock way more color than that, and you hear it every time we sing. You seen the TV lately? They still waving the Confederate flag, America at its worst. They still fighting over who got next. COVID hit and now we mourn in the morning. We can paint better than this. Color over my whole soul. Orange to help me breathe, the shade of healing. And if I paint the sky with it, stroke it regal purple, the hue of what we truly are. Not here to make it make sense. Put a pencil to the pad and bleed out a rhyme. Color make it make sense. So go ahead and dim the light a bit. I guess I'm far too bright. I've been moving in color since my younger days, and I won't be afraid to make a little funky mistake, so forgive me for being in bloom. What's borderline to a Gemini? Another lie or honest truth? I'ma color you. Cupid's love is endless and catch the Holy Ghost. Color you, 'cause we won't survive like this. Color of my people, divinity ain't equal. It's lethal. Whoa, it's lethal. Walking with Egyptian sands and sediments, I hold on to my igneous. And who am I to limit me? So color me, color me, color me free.
Time papers to Vicodins, even so pissed the news trying to get hired in. And I was like, yes! I didn't sell piss, but I will. But it was that inspirational, it was that dope. And the fact that I knew her, you know, and knew she walked in, I sat down and talked to her, and I was like, how you doing? She was like, you can do anything. You a poet, you dope. They here, they already paid their money. They ain't gonna get no refund. What they gonna say? What they gonna do to you? And I was like, you right. Nothing. And I did my whack poem, and I've been doing poetry with Amber ever since. Selling tickets, making shows, and hustling. It's my sister.
And now let's get to Flint, where the drinking water is still tainted with lead.
For now, we're live in Flint, with residents wanting a simple thing: clean, drinkable water. The need has been pretty much non-stop, with residents wanting a simple thing:
take your picture?
Clean, drinkable
Choppers
water.
keep flying around here, but niggas keep dying, I swear.
The need has been pretty much non-stop.
Latoya keep leaving me out of pictures. I think it's because I'm black. I'm putting this on Instagram. This is going on Instagram.
You know I love you, right?
I could just take it off.
You know I love you, right? If you need me to say it. You know I love you, right? If you need me to say it. You know I love you, right? Pineapple in my leaf, okay.
I'm gonna buy your home.
If you need me to say it, you know I love you, right? If you need me to say it. You know I love you, right? If you need me to say it. You know I love you, right? If you need me to say it. Yep. You know I love you, right? My dude real, he hold me on another level. Higher but me, yes, cause he prefer it simple. He stimulate my mental, ain't never dull, he crack me up. And when I'm moving too fast, he help control my tempo. But more about my baby, he respects I'm a lady. Don't raise his hands when I'm tripping and check me. Instead he speak with a calm and correct me. Now when I'm tight, so he drill me at night to relax me. He knows just what to do. He got a mind to go. And his heart is loyal. His skin is beautiful, honest and open. I fall in love with his touch when he settle. Needless, we see the trinity amongst us. You only get that with trust. My best friend, my lover, so I sound for him. Feel people, so we know I'm looking out for him. He my king and I respect him as such. I wouldn't trade him for $1 million, but if you need me to say it. You know I love you, right? If you need me to say it. You know I love you, right? If you need me to say it. You know I love you, right? If you need me to say it. You know I love you, right?
Look at her purse. This her purse. That's her purse.
I love it.
I'll go back ahead, cause it's my destiny to be above it. Oh, my head high, I stand tall. We're gonna stop it now. Is it you?
attitude how to pick on people. You keep.
And then he says it like this, no, disclaimer, I'm not claiming to be God. But when I wrote it, he wrote it like he wrote the Bible. So, when people read, preach the Bible, they say, I ain't say this, God said it. I'm saying that too. So, y'all laugh. Yeah. The Godhead Trinity. He lives because I live in He. Only casting demons into swine because I walk with He. Without me, He would only be a man in flesh. No policy. All things happen because the Son's offered me eternally. I am not a make-believe in a religious scripted painting. Never have I bowed to a God that beneath me. More than a conqueror, beyond what you pray for. I am what is hoped for, the faith to go beyond your insufficient carnal mind. Envy is what make you blind. Alpha and Omega is the only way to qualify. I am that, so picture this, the earth is placed, the manuscript. When chaotic for a time to sin that chose to touch it. But I am order, I am grace, I am night, I am day. I'm the only reason you still breathing. I am in your face, hovering over the deep. Close your mouth when I speak, operating purpose as I call you to dominionship. I roll away the stone, turn water into wine. With the heaven took the keys, for the life I gave mine. And then they wanna lie on me, they wanna lie on me, saying I ain't God, homie, like I ain't God. A certified savior, every scripture bears truth. If you wanna live a witness, seek the spirit for the proof. But then they wanna lie on me, they wanna lie. Not only am I God, I am God only.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go. I ain't taking nothing with me. I did that before, and it only delayed me. I woke up to God. What's better than that? And now that I'm here, I ain't going back. No. Too many roads I see don't make it to nowhere. So I'ma spread my wings and I'll go by air. Cause it's my destiny to be above it. Oh, my head high, I stand tall. Who's gonna stop me now? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Who's gonna stop me now? Is it you? Is it you? Yeah. When you got a dream, it's something to chase. To walk it His way is something like faith. My friends let me down and they left me. Disappointment's a good grade, but not for me. Too many roads I see don't make it to nowhere. So I'ma spread my wings and I'll go by air. Cause it's my destiny to be above it. Oh, my head high, I stand tall. Who's gonna stop me now? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Who's gonna stop me now? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Who's gonna stop me now? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Who's gonna stop me now? Is it you? Is it you? Tell me, why should I stay here when there's so much out there for me to see? I'll never give up and I'll never quit.
crack, alcohol, pills,
All of this.
you know, whatever. So, I'm gonna start the poem out like an AA meeting. Anybody know what AA meeting is? Man.
We're not going to
So here we go. Hello.
Hi.
My name is Fire.
Hi, Fire.
And hi. I'm a writer-holic. I started journaling and I couldn't stop it. My pen just kept calling me, man. I tried to talk it out, but it just kept calling me, man. I lay in my room and lines appear on my walls, and all of a sudden was blank. I got to write on them. Line for line, I snort them till I OD, nostrils swole with words. Somebody hand me a tissue to block my ink. My pen begins to shake. Angry at the time it takes for me to find more space to release, because my mind, she never stops eating, and she grows into this monster to eat me. Line for line, my craving for writing increasing, destroying my body's need for resting. I'm up all night, contemplating which plate I'll write. Lunch, dinner, or breakfast for first bite. I become full with the right to write. I can't fight it, and when I do, I'm let a little pure for a dope rhyme.
Let's go.
One second anomaly, like the word coming out of your mouth belong to me, so mute yourself. All this writing so I write in hybrid, precision phalanges, full metal jacket, machine pen in hand, chopping down images that think they can't compose with no meaning, decomposing, composing garbage tunes on their iPads for iTunes, when really they're lyrically walking dead.
Let's go.
Then write like that 3 years me standing firm along rivers of ink leaning, and not the first of all. Calligraphy printed across my heart, love in God and God in me, so I am loving God, a part of a greater plan to expand the G in my alpha line. The rest of the patience equals time, so take it. Fighting and writing to not make it, today ink and pen separate. See, imitators write psychological blocks, but I write for psychologically hot downloads beyond this 5 for 2 dermis that holds my spirit in. I ain't from here, and neither is my right hand, which is Siamese to a pen, my Geminical twin. Yeah.
Let's go.
If I was in the taking requests, I'd have became a gigolo. I'd have borrowed expensive jewelry and taken insured low loans of cash and made my content less. Cause who can sing and dance the jig nowadays? Most performers just be looking to get paid. As for me, I'm keep the change. And all I want in exchange for you keeping the change is for you to change and gain a little more self-worth than what you had to spend in the first place. You see, my understanding is this. You can't pay me enough to sell my soul, the poetry. You can buy songs and royalties, but my poems are parts of me, homie. And will my body be complete without my arms to hold you? Or my legs to run to the rescue for my little girl? You see, I'll be a hot mess without vision to see, because sight will only take you so far. Without the senses, your eyes are just flashlights on them. So please understand, ghostwriting is not an option, because I'm alive. And to let a Hank deliver my lines only sounds like dead groaning and chain clanging. Well, this ain't BET. But I bet you every gigolo time performer feels just like me. And if it sounds like I'm dissing a check, I'm not. I'm just clearly stating the facts that I ain't for sale. Real poets are not for sale. So when I use my time on stage to share my inks of rage, know that there's no one wage that any can pay for any one page. Be it paper bag, napkin, or receipt, my discipline to remain unique and free will always be payment enough for me. See, cheese is the least of my worries. Being fulfilled while getting it. Now that's what concerns me. And also what disturbs me. Because how can a gift not give? How does a poet live on a green 2-dimensional box and let dead presidents tell them how to rock? Out goes the goal of freeing your bro, and in comes Judas' talent to betrayal. It'll be a golden in hell before I sell y'all a poem. Or before I sell Lady Should. Because God's trying to tell you something. You did all you could. And my poem is to help her grow the fruit, the light and the truth that my granddaddy Pinocchio's nose never grew. So if his legacy lives in me and those he helped to breathe, when I key down, scream audio for me. It ain't enough to buy that from us. In his life he collected pennies, and everything he did added up to something big. And the chitness circuit back then never meant big things for us. But I'll be, every time I speak a reason to be priceless. So here's me, chainless warrior with the heart of a royal and compassionate coils like the spring in my pen, aiding to change the season, right in the fall of my end, living my all as a friend, because summer is better lived when you have one of them, and I swear I ain't the coldest poet in here, because I care about you being warm when I spit to your ear. So, really, you keep walking. Okay, we're not gonna keep walking. Alright. That last poem dedicated to my grandfather, Pinocchio, was his CB handle. Anybody know what a CB is? CB radio? Okay, cool. Yeah, they was like big back in the day, and he like put this big giant antenna on top of our house, and when he would key down, it would mess up everybody's reception. You didn't get no TV, no phone, no nothing. And you didn't have the privilege or the right to walk up to his door and ask him not to use his CB because you couldn't talk on the phone. Because that's just not, he wasn't gonna not use the CB. So I dedicate that to my granddaddy. We need more grandparents in the world. Amen. We do. Shout out to the grandparents if you're a grandparent. You are needed. I'll do this last piece and I'm gonna go. Yeah.
Okay. Right. All right. I'm waiting.
I'm fearful at what I don't know. And sorry at the fact that decisions I made cause me to fit the description of a common statistic. Excited though, because I know I'm not. I know I'm not. So all there is to do is, the next time they take the census, to count me out. Because I don't fit in with the common everyday single black female statistic. Okay. So I'm relentless with wisdom. I got a habit like a sinner needs Jesus. I'm so far ahead of me, I'm learning that myself is racing to catch up. And I fall at times, but that don't stop me from getting up. So what I was corrupt, what matters is how I stepped up to the altar. So after the Father that cleansed me of spiritual waters and set me apart from having weak the strong armor. Cease my tears when it came to a lame, accepting the fact that life happens to each the same. We're all given a chance, so come the day of flaming chariots and things. Ain't no one to point the blame. See, I'm not your average woman. I'm a recipient of heavenly blessings early in the morning. The angels sing at the dawn that rises to greet me, and I'm given this live, beautiful, created canvas to walk about life and be free. I'm telling you, ain't nothing average about me, because I see the beauty in simple things like cheese toast and fresh herbs in your hot tea. In comparison to someone like Michael, who knows no evil and has done no wrong, after the fall, I'm invited to answer perfection's call, to a life evermore. You see, I'm more than an angel because of the gift of my atonement. By the blood which set my salvation in motion, free in the Trinity to share spirit with me. This overlooked gift is why I'm free from lies, rumors, and beef. So, sister, sit that comfortable, ready to go nowhere haze to the back of the bus, and stand up and display the pay in the form of a stain, waving your souls with pride in his name. Show them you know you're more than what they say you are, and how numbers count for nothing, because one made the difference in you being dead last to win. Just run the race of being all he said you could be. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys coming out. We appreciate the Flint Water Festival for having us here, and we look forward to coming to Flint for a few months and doing some work. So have a good time, guys. So our first performer of the night is going to be Fire Sis. So everybody put your hands together for Fire Sis.
Good evening, Flint. My name is Shay Cobb, and I am a Flint native. I represent the Sister Tour, which is a platform for female artists to express what they are in their creative genius, whatever it is. We're just here to help support what the Water Festival represents, and that is the push for the Clean Water Act for Flint, Michigan, to continue to raise awareness for that. And so we support my sister and my brothers here. I'm gonna kick a little rap. That sounds so whack. I'm gonna spit something and I'm leaving because I gotta get to my family. But I love y'all. We are gathered here today. Let me air it out, cause ain't too much to talk about. Still don't have clean water, guilty parties still walking around. Yeah, we came a long way. We had to, them pigs was out chasing money, trading slaves overseas in the trees. Underground made us free, so now we here in these streets, protesting, Lord, why me? Sent to build the whole nation that only rejoice when we bleed. This life is hard for me. Thank God for family, video chats, cause COVID-19 would knock Mike Tyson flat. Rob us of all our heroes, but all the sheroes geared up and ready. Sprinkle Congress with color. We made them look at each other like minority. Who infiltrated all of the buildings like who run it? We do. Make them feel our presence and let them see how heaven is ruled. They won't like it because it mean they granny lied to them too. They screw, be cool. Say no to crack cocaine. It'll only serve itself. Check on Abel for Cain. Breathless black man equal white man brain. But don't know flowers grow. Water crisis make it obvious who got the dough. So educate the child and teach him the law. Before the concrete claim him and he touching that raw. On the field as a little man with only his dog. Can't trust a mug cause everyone looking to score. In this competition, knee heavy, leaving murderous scar. George Floyd cried for his mama, now they both with the Lord. I wonder how we move on. Fight them cowards and get a new leader. I consider Trump a false teacher. George Zimmerman a bad schemer. And Bagaya, I don't believe her. They pushing semis to get by, a murder to survive, and I'm supposed to be Christ-like. The world won't act right. I'm damn if I don't fight. Smoking, I take flight. You feel hot, I feel just fine. For Zion, I pop 9, let her out on my dime and run ahead of the feds. Only show them you led. Columbiana inbred. Hashtag that name is Rich Snyder. I'ma stay on your head. Don't matter if they lock you up. Man, we coming in there with a glass of holy water from a faucet in Flint. Let's toast to how you got rich and took advantage of us. That profit hit a little different when it's you taking the go. Here in the jungle, we rumble, protecting mother herself. Your hypocritical essence made you mishandle the balance, and I'm a knight in my heart, bleeding champion blood. Taught no matter when you fall, make sure you get up and hold a poster, run for Aubrey if you really with me. Say her name, Breonna Taylor, if you really with me. This the city and you owe us, run them pockets quickly. No paint to frame me, I'm the baby, ain't no checking. No paint to frame me, I'm the baby, ain't no checking me. I need you to help me. Y'all can rock. I need you to help me. Oh Lord, help me. Help me, Lord. Help me. Thank you for coming out and showing your support and expressing your voice and being a part of what we're doing. We do more when we stand together, when we ride together. I love you.
Thanks for watching Miss Live. See you all tomorrow.